that your present? Your son stepped in there here and you could barely hear him. So I don't know, I can't imagine he touched more than just this one, but he might not.
Every single one of them is touched.
He might not.
Meeting to order. And first of all, it's good to see all of you all. And certainly hope we'll have a grand day today. Now, first thing is I need someone to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, second by Dr. Wilford. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, so the motion carries. Next, we will have the invocation by yours truly. Let us pray. Father God, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Father, we come thanking you for this day, and thanking you for the sunshine that we have, and that the spring is on tomorrow. Father, we thank you for the successes that we've had in the school system and all of the successes that are on the way. Father, I thank you for this school board and for our superintendent for helping us to work together on one accord for your children. Father, we have a lot facing us right now, and with your help, we know we're going to make it through, because with you, all things are possible. Father, help us to stay focused on our cause, on why we are here. Help us to always remember that we are here for your children. Without the children, we wouldn't have a school system, we wouldn't have a board, and we wouldn't have a superintendent. So help us to stay focused on what it is that we are to do at this board meeting today and every board meeting. Help us to stay cool, calm, and collected as we go about doing your work. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Cool, calm, thank you, everybody. Now we will hear from Instructional Services Committee, which is chaired by Dr. Lisa Garrett Ford. Dr. Ford.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Welcome everyone today. It's so good to see all of you here. We have instructional services up first, and IS1 is our much awaited school consolidation exploration, shared with us by Dr. Katika Levitt and Theron Pless.
Thank you. And good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today I'll be sharing with you our school consolidation exploration, assessing opportunities for efficiency and student success. And again, I'm joined by Theron Pless from Towering Your Success. Today's presentation represents months of research, data analysis, and community engagement to ensure student success, equitable resource distribution, and financial sustainability remain at the forefront of our discussions regarding school consolidation for the 26-27 school year. This presentation provides a comprehensive analysis of school consolidation in our district, and at the heart of this process is a commitment to data-driven and community-informed decision-making. To help guide our discussion, here is our agenda for the presentation. First, we'll talk about why we're exploring school consolidation and some key elements. Next, we will review key data insights related to enrollment and facility usage. We will also discuss community engagement gathered through town halls, surveys, and stakeholder meetings. After that, we will present various consolidation and non-consolidation scenarios and their potential outcomes. Finally, we will review our next steps and final considerations for future board action. Our mission as a school district is to maximize student achievement and social emotional well-being by creating safe and equitable learning environments. Now, any consolidation decision we make must align with this mission by ensuring that our students have access to quality instruction, academic support, and modern facilities. We also envision a district where students are empowered to learn, lead, innovate, and serve as productive citizens in their chosen paths of success. Given this, our responsibility is to create learning environments that prepare our students for college careers and beyond, which require strategic investments in our facilities and instructional resources. Our work is guided by key principles, including personalized learning, which is ensuring our students receive tailored instruction to meet their needs, collaboration, which is partnering with our families, our educators, and community members, engagement, actively involving all stakeholders in the decision-making process, safety, creating secure, well-maintained school environments, and effective leadership, making informed decisions that positively impact our students and staff. Here you have our 3 district goals: student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. Each decision we make must align with these objectives and support our students' ability to excel academically and achieve our 4Me learner outcomes of being matched and enrolled, motivated to enlist, motivated for entrepreneurship, or meaningfully employed. Next, you have our strategy map. And key to our strategy map is our theory of action. If we build our stakeholder engagement of students, parents, staff, and community, plus strengthen staff effectiveness to drive teaching and learning, we will indeed maximize student achievement. So let's start by talking about what is school consolidation. And here you have our working definition for school consolidation. It refers to combining 2 or more schools to form a single, more efficiently operated institution. Now, this approach is often necessary due to things such as declining enrollment, underutilized facilities, or budget constraints. The goal of consolidation is to improve resource allocation, optimize staffing, and enhance educational opportunities for students. The Bibb County School District is considering consolidation for several key reasons. First, declining enrollment. Some schools are operating below capacity, leading to perhaps inefficient use of resources. Aging facilities. Some buildings require costly maintenance and upgrades. Equitable access to programs. Some schools may lack robust extracurricular and academic offerings due to lower enrollment, and financial sustainability. Consolidation could improve budget efficiency, allowing us to redirect funds into instructional programs and student support services. So how was the process conducted? Our process involved 3 key components. First, you have data analysis, which included reviewing enrollment trends, facility conditions, and other financial factors. Stakeholder engagement, which included things such as conducting surveys, focus groups, steering committee meetings, and town hall meetings to gather input. And finally, scenario modeling or development, which is creating and analyzing consolidation and non-consolidation models. As we begin this process, we were guided by 5 core elements. The first is transparency and maintaining open lines of communication with stakeholders, ensuring they are informed and heard. Equity, ensuring that our decisions do not disproportionately impact any particular community and enhance equitable access to resources. Student support, providing additional support for students affected by consolidation, including counseling, academic services, and extracurricular opportunities. Financial efficiency, which includes conducting a thorough analysis of potential cost savings and financial implications, and future budget planning, aligning school consolidation decisions with long-term financial planning to ensure sustainable investments in students and schools. Next, I will review the goals and strategies we developed at the start of our process in July 2024 and as presented to the board. First, we have a comprehensive financial assessment, which was a critical part of our analysis. Our objective was to understand potential cost savings and financial impacts of consolidation. Our actions included reviewing historical financial data to assess trends, analyzing current expenditures and projecting future costs, identifying savings from reduced administrative costs, facilities, maintenance, and operational efficiencies. We also conducted a district-wide resource allocation analysis to ensure more equitable distribution of educational funding and resources, identification of inefficiencies or redundancies in school operations, and prioritization of spending on direct student services, instructional programs, and staff support. The third goal was to identify opportunities for efficiency while maintaining or improving educational outcomes. We developed data-driven scenarios that optimize facility usage, which is identifying schools with underutilized capacity, staff allocation, which is ensuring appropriate student-to-teacher ratios, and program offerings, expanding access to enrichment electives and extracurriculars. And finally, our ongoing long-term financial planning incorporates a framework for ongoing monitoring of consolidation outcomes, evaluation of financial savings to ensure funds are reinvested into student programs and services, and consideration of facility repurposing to maximize community benefits. Our work has been structured in 4 phases. Actually, I'll call it 5 phases. We had a pre-phase. If you recall, during the 24-25 school year, we did receive the request from the board to explore the school consolidation process further. After that, starting in July of 2024 through August of 2024, we started phase 1, which was planning and preparation. During that time, we formed the steering committee, we did our initial research, and we started the community engagement. Phase 2, data collection and analysis, happened September through November of 2024, where we began looking at facility assessments, enrollment projections, and financial analysis. Phase 3, December 24 through February 2025, also included community engagement, public forums, focus groups, and surveys. And now we are at Phase 4, which is March through May of 2025, decision-making and planning, finalizing recommendations for board approval and potential transition planning. From the beginning, we knew that stakeholder engagement was critical in this process. To that end, we planned and hosted 18 opportunities for engagement, including monthly steering committee meetings, town halls, principal meetings, school community meetings, and surveys to gather a broad range of perspectives. This input helped us understand concerns, priorities, and expectations surrounding school consolidation. This slide recaps the journey here and brings us to today. Now I'll briefly recap some of the feedback we received in the initial phases of our engagement. Starting with the survey that we conducted, and that survey was conducted during the month of November. We did have a presentation. If you recall, there was a presentation to the board in December of 2024 reviewing the results of the survey. We did have 1,499 responses. The responses included all stakeholder groups, parents, students, staff, community members. It included 11 multiple choice questions, 2 open-ended questions, and again, all schools and all stakeholders were reflected in the responses. From the survey, several key concerns emerged from parents, students, and staff, including educational outcomes, financial efficiency, and community impact. Concerns were raised about larger class sizes, transportation challenges, and the potential loss of school identity. Support for consolidation was also largely conditional. Stakeholders were open to the idea if it resulted in stronger student outcomes and financial sustainability. To ensure a smooth transition, respondents also emphasized the need for counseling services, academic support, and extracurricular continuity, and comfort with larger schools was mixed, with some preferring smaller settings, though strategies like creating small learning communities were suggested as possible solutions. And lastly, strong communication remained a priority, with stakeholders preferring emails, newsletters, and community meetings to stay informed and engaged. Now, while concerns did exist, many stakeholders also acknowledged potential benefits to school consolidation, including improved educational resources. In other words, larger schools could offer more diverse academic programs and extracurricular activities. Better facilities, newer or improved buildings may provide modern learning environments. Financial efficiency, consolidation could reduce administrative and operational costs, and finally expanded support services. In that, individuals identified that students in consolidated schools may have increased access to things like counseling, academic intervention, and enrichment opportunities. And here we look at the themes and overall concerns and priorities expressed by our stakeholders during the school-based community meetings. As I shared a moment ago, we did have school-based meetings. We actually had 7 of them, and several board members came out to join those meetings. But we had 7 across all of the schools who were included in the consolidation scenarios. And here are just the general themes from those meetings. We'll go deeper into those themes once we go through the scenarios. There's a strong emphasis on preserving neighborhood-based schools, which reflects the community's desire for local engagement. Additionally, transportation and accessibility issues were significant, particularly regarding travel times and bus availability. Class size and staffing were also critical, as manageable teacher-student ratios were identified as essential for effective learning. The impact on academic performance and student well-being cannot be overlooked, as consolidation may also affect student morale, which was also expressed by many stakeholders. And finally, we must consider facility utilization and budget equity to ensure resources are distributed fairly across the district. All of these insights have been vital in shaping our approach and our scenario modeling. Next, Mr. Pless from Towering Your Success, our project management consultants, will walk us through the data analysis that informed our scenario development.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lovett. And so now we're going to proceed in this part of our presentation to review our data analysis and research as it relates to our school exploration process. And so throughout this time period, we've had the opportunity to be able to collect enrollment data as well as building capacity data. And we were able to really analyze these data across various levels, one being at a district level, two being based on grade levels or grade bands, elementary, middle, and high. And we also analyze these data based on school zones, all of the school zones that we have in our school district. And so here you see that the building capacity is coded in blue and the enrollment for our school district is coded in orange. And here you're able to see trend data since 2018 related to building capacity versus our enrollment. And when we analyze this data here across since 2018 to the present, there's been about a 1,200 student count decrease since 2018 to this particular school year. And so as we look at these data and analyze, we really have a strong focus on being able to help us to understand, well, what are some of our student enrollment changes? What is our building capacity versus our utilization? And how do we utilize these insights to be able to help us with future projections for enrollment? Again, as we proceed and look at some of our grade level data, here we see that the elementary schools across our school district, there has been about 1,000 students, a student count decrease since 2018 to 2025 across all of our elementary schools in our district. And so again, in the blue is coded as building capacity versus the orange code for enrollment. Here we see that there's only been a slight decrease in student count. There's been about 60 student count decrease in our middle schools. Not much of a significant difference as we see here in our elementary schools since 2018 to 2025. And now reviewing our high school data, where there's been about 470 student count decrease since 2018 to 2025 in our high schools. And so as we first looked at our building capacity as well as our enrollment at the district level across elementary, middle, and high, we wanted to be able to further explore, well, what did this look like at each individual school zone for our school district? And so when we look here at the school, the central zone, we're looking at FY25 data. So this is our current school year. We're not looking at trend data here since 2018 to 2025. This is the building capacity for this school year, the enrollment as of our October FTE, as well as available seats. And so again, in the blue is coded as building capacity. In the orange is coded as enrollment. And in the gray we see is coded as available seats. And so across the central zone, it's about 760 available seats currently this school term in the central zone. And so again, we're looking at building capacity versus our enrollment. And that number is consistent across elementary, middle, and high in the central zone. When we look at the Howard zone, there is only about 33 available seats available across the Howard zone. And so we're able to see that that is a significant difference in comparison to the central zone. There is not as many available seats in comparison to building capacity versus the current enrollment across elementary, middle, and high schools in our district. You will see that John R. Lewis is represented in the central zone as well as the Howard zone. And you will later see that John R. Lewis is represented in the West Side zone because that particular school has 3 feeders for middle as well as high school. When we look at the Northeast zone, we see that there's about 450 available seats in the Northeast zone across all elementary, middle, as well as high schools. And so in comparison to Central, we see that it is the Central zone. It's a little bit more or less available seats in the Northeast zone. Moving to the Rutland zone, that number increases. There's about 690 seats available in the Rutland zone across elementary, middle, and high. And so right now we see that Central and Rutland has a very similar amount of available seats in the district. And those available seats are higher than significantly higher than the Howard zone, but also higher than the Northeast zone. When we reviewed the Southwest zone, Southwest had the highest number of available seats at about 1,080 available seats across the Southwest zone. That is across elementary, middle, as well as high school. And lastly, Westside High School, very similar to the Northeast zone. Westside had about 490 available seats that are available across the Westside zone. And so as we look at these data, it really helps us to give us some insight that number one, that Southwest has the highest available seats, the Southwest zone. Central has the second highest available seats at about 760 available seats. And then the Rutland zone, approximately about 690 seats available. And so these particular data and this process helps us to move on to the next step. We understand what our enrollment, our building capacity looks like on the district level, across elementary, across middle, across high school. Now we understand what it looks like across each individual school zone. And so now we want to be able to look at that final level, which is, well, what type of factors should be considered as relates to individual schools, so that we can really take all of these data, triangulate all of these data, and see what insights emerge. And so the school district developed a consolidation matrix, which was a tool to be able to help us to be able to look at quantitative factors to be able to help us in the development of potential consolidation scenarios. And so as you will see that there are 7 criteria, 1 being student enrollment, and number 2 being building utilization. And we've had an opportunity to be able to review those data. And as it relates to how certain schools were scored or ranked based on the data from each school, we looked at whether or not, for example, criteria 1, is the current enrollment above, is it at, or is it below the projected enrollment for that particular school? And so again, the consolidation matrix really helps us to be able to look at each individual school and to be able to consider various quantitative factors. And in this case, there are 7 specific factors that we were able to collect data and analyze together as a district, as well as with our steering committee. Here again, you'll see building capacity. You also see criteria number 3, which is our per pupil spending, which we're looking at the average cost that the school district spends per school. And so we looked at that particular cost for each individual school and compared that to the overall district average. We also looked at the average facility age in years, as well as considering whether or not specific schools were recently constructed or recently renovated, to be able to help us to be able to understand the facility age and the conditions of our facilities throughout the school district. That was a 4th factor, particularly in this matrix. As we move forward here, we see criteria 5, which consists of our future growth and developments. And so we're looking at, through data from planning and zoning, various new residential developments that may bring additional enrollment to our school district due to new apartment homes that may be built, new residential homes that may be built. And so we wanted to ensure that we can consider what is that future growth and development for each individual school, as well as looking at that for each school zone. Criteria number 6, we're looking at our Godot target for funding, Georgia Department of Education target for funding, and we're looking at whether or not that particular enrollment for each school is above, at, or below that target for full funding. And lastly, the 7th factor, particularly with our consolidation matrix, consists of specialized academic programs. And we wanted to be able to analyze and collect data as it relates to our schools who had fine arts magnet programs, international baccalaureate programs, maybe satellite GNETs programs, or other special education programs to be able to inform our process today. And so here you're able to see a rubric that we utilize to score all of our schools based on these 7 factors. You're able to see the data sources for each individual school. So by example, the student enrollment, we looked at enrollment trends. Building utilization, we looked at building information. Per pupil spending, we're able to see our data sources. We also see how our scoring range of 0 to 2 points, and so whether or not a particular school scored below, at, or above for each criteria, they were then awarded a specific point for that particular category. And so based on this scoring rubric, all schools was able to receive either between 0 to 14 points based on the scoring rubric. And so our interpretation guide, and so we understand what our 7 factors are. We understand that we had a rubric and we had a specific scoring system for each rubric. And so how do we interpret these data, particularly for our consolidation matrix? And so here we see our range of 0 to 4 indicated to us that a school would be a likely candidate for a preliminary consolidation scenario. If a particular school scored between 5 to 9 points, that indicated that that particular school would be more of a possible candidate for a preliminary scenario. And lastly, the final range is 10 to 14, which indicated that that particular school would be a less likely candidate for a consolidation scenario. And so even though we utilize a consolidation matrix, we wanted to be able to ensure and to be able to communicate that those scores was not the final determination as it relates to which schools would result in a consolidation scenario or not. As we have gone throughout this process, we've looked at various pieces and types of data, sources of data, and so we triangulate all of that data together to be able to construct some possible scenarios. And here you see with our consolidation matrix results, you see each particular range here, 0 to 4, and you see the schools that are listed based on the scores that were awarded. You also see the scores from 5 to 9, and you also see those schools from 10 to 14. And so here we have a color-coded section here where in yellow, those are the particular schools that are actually involved in our final iteration of our school consolidation scenarios. And so those schools are Williams Elementary School, Skyview, Hartley, and Ingram Pie in our range of 0 to 4. In 5 to 9, we have Porter, Southfield, and Hurd. Those are the 7 schools that are involved in our final iteration of school consolidation scenarios. And lastly, here we see in green, those are our non-school consolidation scenarios, which also here includes Williams Elementary School and Central. We see we see Williams and Central in the 0 to 4 category. We see Miller, Howard High School, Howard Middle School, and Taylor Elementary in the 5 to 9 range. And lastly, we see John R. Lewis in the 10 to 14 range. Just as we note, as we see the schools that are highlighted in yellow, all for a school consolidation scenario, all of those schools, again, based on our work through and looking at all of our data, are schools that are zoned in the Southwest zone, the Central zone, as well as the Rutland zone. And so one of the things that you all will see here across all of the data, that it is very consistent across elementary schools. We saw a decrease since 2018 to the present school year. We were able to identify specific zones that had significant available slots. We saw that across the Southwest zone. We saw that across the Central zone as well as the Rutland zone. And as we continue to proceed in partnership with our steering committee, scoring each individual school based on our consolidation matrix by looking at 7 quantitative factors, we also saw that those particular schools that are part of our consolidation scenarios are within those identified school zones. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Lovett to talk about our scenario modeling.
Thank you, Mr. Pless. After analyzing data and gathering community input, we developed 3 potential scenarios and 3 potential consolidation scenarios and 2 non-consolidation scenarios. Each scenario was evaluated based on educational impact, financial savings, meetings with principals, as well as community considerations. Here you have our 3 school consolidation scenarios. Scenario A involves Hartley Elementary School consolidating with 2 elementary schools, those 2 elementary schools being Ingram Pie Elementary and Southfield Elementary. Again, as we went through the building utilization and the enrollment, both Ingram Pie and Southfield are currently underutilized and have the available seats or the available space to absorb Hartley Elementary School. And again, that is scenario A. For scenario B, it originates with Williams Elementary School. Williams Elementary School could consolidate or could merge with both Ingram Pie and Hartley. Again, looking at the number of students that are in Williams Elementary School currently, they can be absorbed primarily in Ingram Pie Elementary School, but with the remaining students being at Hartley. And finally, Porter Elementary School makes up scenario C. And in the Porter Elementary scenario, Porter students would attend Hurd Elementary and Skyview Elementary. Now, the piece that is consistent among all 3 of the scenarios, and this was something that we placed as a priority as we attempted to create these scenarios, is that our middle and our high school students, they would remain the same in terms of their feeder. In terms of those enrollments, again, for Hartley, those students would attend Ballard Hudson and Southwest, so they would remain in that Southwest zone. The students coming out of Williams will still attend Miller Middle School and Central High School, and so they will feed into the Central Zone. And the students from Porter Elementary School will feed into the Rutland schools, Rutland Middle and Rutland High School. We also developed 2 non-consolidation scenarios, and those scenarios focus on increasing building utilization amongst our elementary and secondary schools across the district and decreasing building utilization among identified schools who are currently above capacity. Now, if you recall, as he was going through the information through our data dig, there were some schools that were actually above capacity. So these scenarios attempt to address those factors. We're also looking at developing an additional school boundary while maintaining middle and high school feeder patterns in one of our school consolidation scenarios. Now, it's important to note, while these options do not require school closures, they allow us to address financial inefficiencies in the long term. And here you have our 2 non-consolidation scenarios. In scenario A, it originates with John R. Lewis Elementary. The students from John R. Lewis who are identified as a part of the South Zone would be rezoned with 1 elementary school, and that elementary school would be Williams Elementary School. For that scenario, middle school and high school enrollment would remain the same, with those students addressed for John R. Lewis still attending Miller and Central High School. Then we have Taylor Elementary School for scenario B. And this is the Taylor Elementary School North Zone. Again, we identified that within some of our elementary schools, there are several feeders. Taylor is one of them. But those students would actually be rezoned for their middle and their high school feeder. So they would all be still coming out of Taylor, but we would rezone them to go to Miller and high school. And this would relieve some of the overcrowding that we saw happening with Howard. Again, the middle and high school enrollment would not remain the same, so this would be a change with student addresses for Taylor coming out of that north zone. Those students would be rezoned to attend Miller Middle School and Central High School. Now, at this time, we want to have the opportunity to share a bit of the community feedback from the actual scenarios. Again, this was presented across the sessions that we held in our school communities. We had 7 of them, and that was for the schools who were included in the school consolidation scenario. You will also see some feedback from Williams Elementary School involving the non-consolidation scenario.
Thank you, Dr. Lovett. And so as our Deputy Superintendent shared, the school district had an opportunity to host school community meetings at each of the schools that are involved in a consolidation scenario. And so scenario A, again, involves Hartley Elementary School merging potentially with Ingram Pie Elementary School as well as Southfield Elementary School. And so our community feedback was structured in a way to be able to collect data based on perceived benefits, perceived opportunities, perceived challenges, as well as perceived concerns. And so these are some of the themes that emerged from the data as reported by our community stakeholders for scenario A, but these are the data from Hartley Elementary School. And one of the things that we will see here across the scenario A community feedback, that there were There were challenges and concerns noted related to transportation as well as staffing, but there also were some benefits here, such as we're seeing more resources or being able to maintain feeder middle school transition patterns within the zone, because Hartley Elementary School is in the southwest zone with Ingram Pie as well as Southfield. Here we'll see, based on scenario A, that Ingram Pie community feedback, they reported that there are some benefits and some opportunities, again, such as increased funding, as well as potentially more strategic stakeholder engagement. But you do see that there were some challenges and concerns related to transportation, related to staffing concerns, as well as logistical concerns with school operations, such as cafeteria and lunch period scheduling, as well as student assignments. Here we will see our feedback from Southfield Elementary School. Again, we see that there could be some potential increased support for students and additional staff. We also see that there could be, again, potential more funding for student programs. But there were consistent themes across this particular scenario, and you will see, based on the feedback, with these scenarios, as well as the survey data that Dr. Lovett shared earlier, you're able to see that some of these themes are very similar, such as transportation, as well as staffing, such as in this case, a concern based on teacher workload. Here we have our scenario B, and again, this is our community feedback. We receive this community feedback based on our individual school community meetings at each school for a consolidation scenario. And scenario B involves Williams Elementary School potentially merging with Ingram Pie, as well as Hartley Elementary School. And so as we look here at some of the benefits and opportunities that was received from the Williams Elementary School community, we see some potential benefits as well as some opportunities, such as improved resources, as well as a new facility, as well as additional school renovation projects. We do see here that some of the challenges and concerns across this particular scenario involves a loss of historical identity as well as significance, as well as concerns related to class size, as well as overcrowding. Here we see our non-school consolidation option for Williams Elementary School here. And again, the scenario A for our non-school consolidation involves John R. Lewis, the South Zone, potentially merging with being rezoned to Williams Elementary School, and some benefits and opportunities based on the data that we were able to collect includes that it would be a least disruptive option for our students and families at Williams Elementary School, and an opportunity whereby rezoning as an alternative to consolidation. There were challenges as well as concerns noted from the Williams community that due to additional students, there would be a possible need for additional student support services, such as in this case, a school nurse, as well as transportation concerns potentially for students that would need transportation from the John R. Lewis Elementary School zone. We do want to be able to note that the Williams Elementary School community involved a consolidation scenario as well as a non-consolidation scenario. And so we had an opportunity to collect feedback on both of those options at the Williams Elementary School community meeting. Here again, we see scenario B with Williams potentially merging with Ingram Pie and Hartley. We have Ingram Pie's community feedback here. Again, some benefits and opportunities are very similar as you all would see in the scenario A with Hartley, that they believe that increased funding is a benefit and more strategic stakeholder engagement is an opportunity. But they also noted very similar challenges, the Ingram Pie community, as they did with the Hartley scenario and scenario A, that there are some logistical concerns as it relates to school operations, such as cafeteria times and lunch periods, transportation for students that are outside of the walk zone, as well as concerns related to staffing. And lastly, here we see for our scenario B, our Hartley Elementary School community feedback, we see some themes that emerged here as it relates to benefits as well as opportunities. We see a benefit here providing stability for teachers and students, which will really be able to help provide a stronger investment in early childhood development for students in that community, in that neighborhood, in that particular school zone. And again, here, as we've shared earlier, and as we've seen these themes very consistent from our survey data, even to our individual school community meetings, that transportation, staffing, class sizes are challenges and concerns for our community. And lastly here, as relates to our school consolidation scenario, scenario C, it involves Porter Elementary School potentially merging with Hurd Elementary School as well as Skyview Elementary School. And some of the themes that we will see that is very consistent here involves services for subgroups and special populations, traffic, as well as the magnet program at Hurd. We see here that the benefits and opportunities, themes that emerge, particularly here are newer facilities and in-house services for Porter students. We see here expanded magnet programming for Porter students. But we do note here that there were challenges and concerns. There were themes that emerged from our school community meetings at each individual schools, such as transportation, class sizes, traffic, and also particularly for Porter, supporting ESOL students due to the high percentage of students enrolled in the ESOL program at Porter, as well as students with disabilities. Here we see Hurd Elementary School's feedback for scenario C, again, which involves Porter Elementary School merging with Hurd and Skyview. Some benefits and opportunities that were noted that reach students could remain at Hurd instead of traveling to another school for gifted services, and also opportunities for additional funding. We see here our challenges and concerns. Involves fewer magnet slots available for out-of-school zone students, transitioning our ESOL families from Porter Elementary School to a new school environment, and again, some operational and logistical challenges such as lunch and class sizes, as well as traffic. And lastly here for Skyview Elementary School for scenario C, benefits and opportunities, a cost savings benefit for the district was identified, as well as potential for additional programming. But we also see again here consistent themes that emerge for challenges and concerns for the school district to consider, such as transportation, as well as the potential decreasing of magnet program slots at Hurd for out-of-zone students. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Lovett to guide us in our next steps.
All right, so as we conclude here, today we have shared the results of our school consolidation exploration process. We've shared the data analysis, stakeholder engagement, and scenario development. And through this rigorous and transparent process, we are confident that we have carefully evaluated all current options and remain committed to equitable access, fiscal responsibility, and student success. Our next steps include finalizing recommendations for board action in April 2025, continuing community engagement as needed to ensure stakeholders remain informed, and developing detailed transition plans for any schools affected by consolidation. Again, I want to thank you all for your support throughout these efforts. I don't know if we have members of the steering committee who are here, but I want to publicly thank, other than our board members, of course, who joined us as a part of that steering committee, but I want to publicly thank the steering committee. It was a lot of hard work over several months, but they were fully engaged, and we definitely could not have completed this process without them. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I was so full of information. Thank you so much. My head's full. Do we have any questions, board members? Yes, sir, Mr. Morton.
All right. The schools that are considered either for, I'm not going to say scenario because I've already heard scenario a lot. They're either considered for closing or rezoning.
Yes.
Was that a recommendation from the steering committee or did it come from the administration?
That came from the steering committee. So we actually developed, what we basically did is we took all of this data, we would go through our process of analyzing data, taking scenarios in front of the school consolidation steering committee, and that committee helped us get down to these final recommendations that we are sharing with you. But when we started the process, we actually looked at several different scenarios, several schools, several options, and these are the final that we've come up with as of date.
All right, so let me see if I can Go, Mr. Plesser,
And in
you wanna
our
add something?
last steering committee, we did have an opportunity for our steering committee members to rank each particular scenario of whether or not it would be feasible or not feasible. And a majority consensus for the steering committee is that all of these scenarios presented today would be feasible options for the district to consider in its exploration process.
Well, the reason I ask is I was at the town hall in the steering committee meeting, and it seemed like the idea for these scenarios came from y'all and not the committee. I mean, am I wrong on that?
So it actually went through several months of development. So we started this process, like I mentioned, our first committee meeting, I want to say, was in September. But we started bringing scenarios in front of that committee back in December and looking at all of the schools, going through the processes. And basically what would happen, we would take information from the committee, they would give us feedback, we go back and refine those things, put them back in front of the committee, take their feedback, and that's essentially how we went through our process. So what you're seeing now is the culmination of all of that work. It is really, this is something we developed in collaboration with the steering committee.
All right, so let me see if I can get in my head clearly what the options are. Potential of closing Williams because it's chronically underpopulated. Is that a fair statement?
Williams is under, yes,
Closing Hartley because it's chronically underpopulated.
it's under enrollment, yes, sir.
Closing Porter not because it's chronically underpopulated, but to deal with underpopulation at Hurd and Skyview.
Well, it is, yeah, it is part of the zone consideration, but it is also underutilized in terms of the number. Porter is also underutilized in terms of hitting that funding number that we identified of 450. Their number is well under that and has been over the trended years that we took a look at.
Well, I have, and I'm sorry, this is really, we need more
Yes,
time with this, obviously.
absolutely.
But I've seen numbers to indicate that Porter would be above capacity, taking into account development in the area.
Okay. So, okay, go ahead. I
Okay,
apologize.
so, again, now, one of the rezoning was sending a zone of Lewis to Williams.
Mm-hmm.
How many, and I know you have a number for this, so how many students did that actually involve?
Okay. As of right now, we've identified at least 55. That number could be as high as 70 students.
So that doesn't get you to the magic number of 450.
It doesn't get us to 450, but it does help us relieve some of the overcrowding that's happening at J.R. Lewis.
And you talked about students from Taylor zone going to the Miller Central as opposed to the Howards. How many students would that involve?
That number.
But it would be the entire Taylor.
Yeah, we'll have to get that number back. I don't want to quote it incorrectly, but I'll take that back for further consideration.
Well, I have an ask. This is a tremendous amount of work, and I know you have accumulated a lot of data. But at the end of the day, I, as a board member, will vote based on the best information I have, and I really need data, particularly when it comes to cost savings, taking into account transportation costs as to whether or not it makes financial sense to close a school. Second, what's more important, getting a school up to capacity, eliminating space that's there, or getting them to 450, which is one of the magic numbers we look at. And I really need data. And I'll tell you that right now. I am, quite frankly, concerned about an aggressive timeline of this board deciding in April what we're going to do, given that this is the decision that will go into effect in school year 26-27. But I really need data, and I'll end with that.
Yes.
In fact, what I want you to hear something from me. Y'all have done a lot of work. I appreciate that. Got a lot of information. I just feel there's some more that I need to make the best decision I can.
Thank you for that feedback, sir. And certainly, I forgot to mention this. We did include an appendix which has a lot of additional information there. It is our intent as we bring this information back to the board in terms of recommendation to have those more specific questions answered as well. We'll be presenting that piece to you, in other words. So that is a part of what we're planning for our next iteration of this.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Sorry, I'm going to catch you next. Go ahead.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I want to thank all of your committee for the work that's gone into this. I know the community has been very anxious about what may happen. In my mind, I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of Daryl here. To me, the reason for this consolidation is to save money. It's to save money because the more schools we can have that hit the magic 450, the more funding we have from the state. That's what started this whole consolidation talk in my mind. So when I see all this, I want to know, at the end of the day, whatever's recommended, how much is that going to change the district? We've got roughly half of our elementary schools don't make the mark. What will it look like afterwards? So along those lines, on the data question, I was looking through the appendix, and the very last part has to do with finance of the consolidation scenarios A, B, and C. And this is where I'm piggybacking on Mr. Morton. It doesn't mention the transportation costs. And to me, that's a significant cost. When you're looking at cost savings of consolidation, a significant expense is increased transportation, especially for neighborhood schools where you have a large walking population. Are we, trading apples for oranges here and going to end up in the same boat? So that is a cost or an expense I would like to see reflected in this finance chart that I didn't see if I missed that. The other thing is I want to know, are we looking at A, B, or C of consolidation and A and B of non-consolidation? Are we going to be looking at one scenario and one scenario only? Is it possible we're looking at consolidating one school and a non-consolidation option as well? Are we looking at two consolidations? I'll be curious to see what the recommendation is. But I would think that we're looking to maximize how we get the least number of schools below that number, that state funding number. So that's what I'm going to be looking for out of this. But again, thank you for all you've done. Those are my big concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback, sir.
Dr. Fickley.
That was one of my questions about the cost. I think that each scenario should tell us what cost savings that scenario brings. I did see some figures last night when we got the little information that was sent to us last night. You all didn't review that today, but that is what I was looking for, is to find out how much it's going to save us, because we're looking at saving how much it's going to cost us additional to do whatever scenario is going to be presented or recommended to us. And certainly I appreciate all of the work that you all have done. I think it's really, really good work. But there are some questions that I think, I want that you all consider. The very first question I asked, I hadn't gotten an answer to it yet, was I would like to see the zone lines, where the schools are zoned, where are they pulling from? Because I know that you have students that live a rock's throw from Central High School that goes to West Side. And that was done to get football players at West Side when a particular coach was there. And I don't know whether or not they have rezoned that or not, but I would like to see the lines. I'm new, I don't know, maybe everybody else up here know them by heart, but I don't know them, I hadn't seen them. And I need to see where are the school zone lines at, where are they pulling from? That is something that I would like to see. And then another thing that I would like to see, and I would like to have involved in this consolidation proposal, is law enforcement. Because a lot of times when you bring kids from, I hate to identify any community, but I want to say community A and community B, they have gangs in these communities. And when they get over here to A, it's not going to do anything but cause a problem. And then because those gang people don't deal with these gang people right here. So we've got to really be practical and understand what kind of communities we are looking at and what's going on in those communities. And another thing that really jumps out at me, when you look at Williams, which it's got 0 on this scenario of being the most likely school to be closed because of its population size and what have you, was there any consideration given to put those kids in Alexander or Vineville? And if there wasn't, why? They're the closest schools to them. I mean, they could ride a bicycle to those two schools, but bringing them all the way to Anthony Road, is really far-fetched. You know, we got to deal with this correctly and think about what is happening and what signs are we putting into the community that we're skipping over 2 schools that are right there in their backyard. Those are the kinds of things that I wish that you would consider and tell me why we won't consider. They say, I think that Alexander has space for 60 more students, 60 students from Williams to go to Alexander. That'll take care of some of them. And then I think that Vineville has space for 51. We'll put those 51 at Vineville. If we are really looking at doing what's going to be best for the students, to get the best education. And then, of course, future growth is something that we also need to look at. Now, we just, the city just tore down of where Green Street used to be. Some of y'all don't know where Green Street was, but Green Street Progressive, they tore down that building that was there, and there are going to be 64 units going there. And that means that, and those people more than likely would be going to Williams, but if Williams is not there, where are they going to go? They're going to be moved. There are a lot of factors that I think that also need to be put into these scenarios as we look at them. And finally, I think that the most important is the financial factor. Where are the savings? Which scenario is going to save us the most money? And I know we have, I guess that's what I was looking at, was the appendix that's being put on. But those are some of the questions that I would like to see answered. And I certainly would like for law enforcement to get involved, because we really don't need to have this kind of back and forth with the people who are involved in gangs.
Thank you for your feedback, sir.
Any other questions? I think Ms. Hanlon, you raised your hand.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm also going to piggyback a bit off of what Daryl said in terms of the Porter community and the fact that that school is 90% occupied as opposed to 60 to 70% for Hurd and Skyview. But with the anticipated growth that came from the data, Porter would be at 100% capacity within a couple of years. So they may even hit that magic 450. And then there was also anticipated growth at Hurd, which would shrink the number of available seats at Hurd, as well as removing any additional magnet seats for out-of-zone students. So, but the big piece really has to do with the transportation issues, with moving basically most of it. You would have to rezone both Hurd and Skyview to take care of those transportation issues. And there's families that would be disrupted, as not, it would not just be Porter families. So I hope that you all are taking some of that into consideration as well.
Thank you for your feedback.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for your report. I had an opportunity to serve on the steering committee, so I have an appreciation for how much hard work has gone to bring this to us today. But I do have some concern is they're basically what the others have already said. But the number one thing that I'd like to know is the cost saving per school. Would it be enough of a cost saving to warrant us closing any school? What would be the benefit? What will we get out of closing the school? Will we save money? Will we better educate the students by putting them in another environment? Would we be able to provide the transportation? What will we benefit overall? Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. And I appreciate the feedback today. I will tell you that part of what we hope to do in our next presentation is answer many of these questions. So I appreciate getting this feedback, so we will be sure that we do come prepared to have that as a part of what we'll be presenting. But the financials and those pieces will be coming to you as well as a part of that presentation. There's a bit of that in the appendix, but again, more clarity around your questions today, we will definitely take care of our next presentation. So thank you.
Dr. Woodford. Yes, two things. I'd like to first thank our community for coming alongside us in this journey. It was really impressive. I attended the steering committee meetings as well as the community meetings, and I was really grateful for the support that we received during the process. The other thing is I would like a better understanding of what if we do nothing. I think Ms. Johnson was alluding to that. So would that be scenario what D? Because I want to understand if we leave our schools as is, what does that mean? So those are the two things that I have, the two takeaways for me.
Mr. Hester, you want to come in? Go ahead.
I do. My concern is if we're planning on voting next week, I don't want the information next week that you plan on giving us and then make a decision then. I think we need to extend that date. That's my concern.
Thank you, sir. Superintendent.
If I may, I can guarantee we won't wait until the next meeting for these answers. We'll get these back as soon as possible. Send them via email and during our one-on-ones and reach out so I can get a good grasp of whether or not your recommendation is to move the date past April or not. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, Mr. Morton, go ahead.
Whatever we do, I don't want it to stop here because what I'm seeing is we're going to have to rezone pretty aggressively, it looks like, in certain parts of this county. So I think we need to be looking forward with that as well, regardless of what we do, you know, in the near future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, concerns? Thank y'all so much. This was a lot of information, and I too, I'm like, this is going to be a major decision for us, and we appreciate all the feedback. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have IS2. IS2 is also a presentation about instructional improvement for PEC students through Lexsonic. Leanne Sowell and our soon to be leaving Jennifer Donnelly will be here with us.
Well, good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to present. The PEC department is discussing two different instructional intervention programs to support secondary students in the area of reading. The first one is Lexsonic. Lexsonic is a skills-based reading program that is teacher-led, not computer-generated. It's a teacher training program. The following one is Beable, which will be presented by our partner, the Beable company. They'll share the reading comprehension program that they have. That is a computer-based program that we've been using this year. We're going to start with Ms. Sowell in introducing Lexsonic.
Good afternoon, Board President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Supporting our mission, the PEC department has identified specially designed instruction programs to support students with significant deficits in reading. Lexsonic is a program selected to address student-specific reading skill deficits. With our strategic goals, the PEC department is implementing Lexsonic to improve reading achievement for our students with disabilities. You will see our results to date that support students in the 4Me initiatives. The Lexsonic program is a teacher-led instructional program that is not computer-based. The program specifically trains teachers to explicitly teach reading to secondary students. This training leads to improved teacher effectiveness and student learning. The presentation will provide information related to Lexsonic implementation, data that Lexsonic is improving PEC student performance, This presentation is an overview with student data, results of implementation, and next steps. Data will show that Lexsonic is improving student performance for our PEC students. Lexile is a measure of reading proficiency. This level is measured in STAR and GMAS as well as other assessments. Lexsonic has two programs, Lexsonic Leap and Lexsonic Advance. Lexsonic Leap is for readers that are more than 4 years below reading level and teaches basic prerequisite skills for reading. There are 232 prerequisites that Leap focuses on. Lexsonic Advance targets vocabulary building and advanced reading skills. These lead to improved Lexile or reading levels for our students. Our Lexsonic pilot included Ballard Hudson Middle School, Miller Middle School, Rutland Middle School, and Weaver Middle School. Data shows that of the 17 students that participated in one weekly 50-minute session over the course of 6 weeks, our students grew an average of 141 points. Green represents the growth, red represents regression. National expected Lexile growth for middle school students is between 65 and 75 Lexile points annually. Our Lexsonic pilot group average gain from Georgia Milestones was 141 points, nearly double the typical yearly expectation achieved in only 6 weeks. Let's look at some data related to Lexsonic implementation for our middle schools and for Westside High School. The chart on the left reflects the summary data for skill growth in LEAP. LEAP is part of the program that focuses on 232 prerequisite skills needed for our readers. The green bar represents pretest skills. The blue bar represents the mid-year assessment, and the red bar indicates the change to date or growth. The chart on the right represents our Lexsonic Advanced group. This advanced group moves the reader and increases Lexile level. The advanced chart shows growth in months for 7 students at Miller Middle School. The average growth is 46 months. This is life-changing growth for our students. And again, this occurred with just 6 weeks of instruction. Here, you see our Westside High School LEAP data. Blue represents the pretest data, while green represents mid-year growth in the LEAP program, showing the percentage of mastery for the 232 prerequisite skills needed for reading. Some students represented here started later than others, and so their mid-years are still forthcoming. The Westside High School advanced average growth was 16 months after 6 weeks of instruction. The chart represents months of growth for each of the 3 students here. Lexsonic is making a difference for our students. Gaining months and even years of Lexile growth in 6 weeks changes the landscape of education for our youth and our students. The gains that students are making will change their lives. The ability to read, to comprehend, give our students, especially our secondary students that couldn't, hope for the future and opportunities that may not have existed for them otherwise. What are our next steps? We trained our last cohort of teachers in February of this year. Our coaches continue to work in schools by screening students who qualify for Lexsonic instruction, grouping, coaching, modeling instruction, and finally, monitoring data and fidelity implementation. Do you have any questions?
Board members, should you have any questions? Dr. Fickle.
And thank you for the presentation, and I really enjoyed looking at it last night. And earlier, and I did have some questions for the superintendent. I think that I don't know who did this, but some of the answers are incomplete as to what my questions were. And I would like to get a more complete answer for those questions. And the first question that I have is, what other programs were in consideration before you all decided on Lexsonic?
So we've used a variety of reading interventions for students. At elementary right now, we're using a program called Sunday. When we started looking at reading programs for middle school, we were looking specifically for high-level engagement programming. We've used as a district Read 180, we've used System 44, we've used Language Live, and Achieve 3000. So when we looked at this program, it was teacher-led, which really stood out. There are not a lot of teacher training programs to teach reading for secondary students, and I think that makes a huge difference. If you were to come and observe our students, you would see them being highly engaged, very motivated. They like being a part of it, which is really hard for middle school. And we started our first implementation at high school, and again, we got high engagement. So we did the pilot last year with, I think we had 17 students in our one pilot and 40 students in our first pilot, just to see if it was going to work, because I did not believe the results that I was hearing from our partner, right? So I wanted to see what it did, and it worked. I cannot say enough about the growth of our students. When last year we had one student with 665 Lexile point growth in a 6-week period. It's unheard of.
And
So-
I certainly was amazed to see the growth, and certainly that was one of my questions to the superintendent. You know, I mean, the expectation and then the growth leaping like that. I said, this is a great program. But now, my question was there any other programs that you considered, the ones that you named that we have used in the past, were those programs considered to be not as good, and then you came across that you hear from somebody that, you know, somebody at another system say, well, this program is working wonders, and you decide, let's try it? Were there other programs that you looked at and decided on this?
Right. So we did. We utilized other programs. We weren't getting the growth, right? So we were using Achieve last year, for example, and I met this group and they started sharing their data and what they were doing. That's when we ran a pilot. So we were using other programs. I'm always looking for the next thing that's going to be better for our kids. We serve a unique population that requires unique levels of support and services. And so I wanted to try it, and we tried it with a very small population, and it worked, and we've expanded it. So Achieve 3000 is one of them. When I first started, we started with Language Live. We got very minimal growth with those products, and so, you know, it's urgent when you're a non-reader and you're in 6th and 7th grade.
But this program seems to be working wonders when you look at the numbers and then how they just skyrocketed so quickly. The only other question I have now is, they said the pilot was with 17 students. Was that 17 at each school or 17
No,
at
we
all
ran
the schools?
we ran one group at each school.
17 students are at each school.
No, the groupings are 4 students or less, usually 4 students. It's highly structured intervention 1 time a week for the Lexsonic Advanced program. So we did a very small pilot. We tried it at the group of schools so that we'd see the cross-section, not just one school. And then we scaled up this year, and we trained in August, all middle schools. We got our teachers trained, and then in February, we got all our high school teachers trained so that they could start implementation.
Do you think you're going to continue to get the same kind of results when you integrate the other students in? I mean, that's a very small pilot that you're talking about, and it's 17 for all, I guess, how many, 5 schools?
4 schools.
4 schools. And then those teachers really had a whole lot of time with those students who were in the pilot, and that may be one of the reasons that the scores were just off the roof from where they started at. And I was just wondering if they have the rest of the students. And I really like the idea that you said that it's teacher-led. And I think that everything ought to be teacher-led. That's why we got them in the classroom. That we will get the same kind of results when a teacher has more than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 students at the maximum.
So when you're intervening with this program, that is the requirement. You got a group of 4 students that are targeted, and you do that once a week for 6 weeks. So it will always be at maximum 4 students to do that. What I will see is what we call the implementation dip, right? So we're training teachers that haven't been teachers of reading. When we did the pilot, we did it twice with 17 in one grouping and I think 40 in the first grouping. When we push it out to teachers, they got to get into it. So when you see the numbers for this year, they're not quite as high yet because the teachers are getting into the program and we're working on fidelity implementation. So I do believe, and the feedback from the teachers that are implementing, they are enjoying it. They're feeling like, I didn't know I could teach reading. I'm a middle school English teacher. I don't teach reading. And they're feeling responsiveness from their students, so they're getting more engaged as we keep implementing. So
Thank you so very much.
Any other questions? I have one question. I'm sure the children that are experiencing this growth are having great success with how they feel about themselves.
right.
Because just to imagine that light finally turning on, and then I'm growing and I'm doing better. So, and especially with children with disabilities, that's what we are always looking for. Those little miracles one day at a time.
That's right.
So thank you. I appreciate this. Thank you. It's really good. Thank you. Next, we have another presentation. Thank you. And we have Tiffany. That's right. Tiffany Glasper will be giving us this presentation for Beable.
Correct, Beable. Good evening, Board President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. This evening, I'm presenting the instructional improvement for PEC students through Beable. Beable is currently being implemented in your PEC classrooms in middle and high school, so there's about 75 licenses at each campus. Beable connects student self-awareness to career exploration and literacy acceleration, creating pathways to gainful employment for all students. On the slide I'm showing right now, it just shows the research behind Beable. It's proven effective with an ESSA rating level 2 certification. So students interacting with the platform a minimum of twice per week, lessons are about 15 to 20 minutes for a lesson, are seeing up to 5 times the expected Lexsonic growth. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means in just a second. We are seeing this growth not only for students who are in PEC, but across the nation for students across kindergarten through 12th grade. So your core instruction classrooms, your intervention classrooms, after school programs are using advisory, CTAE, and your English language learners. So I call this the DNA of Beable. It's broken down into 3 parts for a student: get to know me, find my why, and create my path. The first thing we want students to do, and you spoke about this, Dr. Garrett, a little bit about how students feel when they're achieving something. So we want to give them a language of positivity. When they can speak about themselves, when they can articulate their strengths, interests, and values, that definitely boosts their self-esteem and self-awareness of themselves. And so students get to know about themselves, but they can also articulate that to others. Teachers also learn about students. One part of learning about the whole child is academically. You absolutely need to know where a student is academically, but you also need to know what motivates and drives that student. What are their goals post graduation as well? Once a student understands who they are, then we call a mission of me, find my why. What do you want to do when you graduate? And so we connect them to jobs with the National ONET database based on their strengths, interests, and values. So they are able to explore careers and possibly be exposed to careers that they did not even know existed. They relate directly to their strengths and values. From then, we have to create a path for students to get there. And we want them to be aware and be able to articulate how they will get there. I want to be an architect. I know that an architect, the Lexile range is this. This is what I need to do academically to get there. So we push out lessons to students at their precise reading levels or Lexile levels for them to interact with. And we also address their tailored needs. So for your PEC students, they will also get exposure to what we call word study. Mentioned earlier, students are sitting in secondary classrooms who are reading at a primary level. They need exposure to foundational literacy skills. There are teachers who did not go to school to teach primary skills in secondary classrooms. And so we need to equip them with resources so that they can be successful interacting with the text. We do this by connecting two essential languages that are really completely unrelated. The first is the Lexile framework developed by Metametrics. This was talked about briefly previously, but it just measures the student's reading ability. I'm going to dive a little bit more into what this Lexile framework looks like. We also connect that. One part is students need to know how to read. They just need to know how to read. There is nothing in life you can do post-graduation that is not going to be tied to literacy. Well, you have to engage and motivate students, and we do that through the language of RIASEC. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with the RIASEC, but it is an interest inventory used across job industries across the nation. It's been used since the 1960s, so it's very well known. It's comprised of 6 different themes. Here, realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. Everyone in this room is made up of 3 of these different themes. So that is called your RIASEC code. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means shortly. Digging a little deeper into the first language, the Lexile framework. What does the Lexile do? What is the Lexile? It measures reading ability. It matches students to text. It also measures reading growth. And it also helps students understand what reading level they need to be on for the careers they say they want to aspire to be. A part of that get to know me piece is when students first interacted with Beable, they were exposed to a fully adaptive Lexile assessment, again, created by Metametrics. So this is a fully adaptive, meaning you take it once in your Beable life. You do not have to take this assessment again. You do not have to do a middle of the year or end of year assessment. In fact, if you move from school to school and across grade levels, this record follows the child. So this allows us to push out lessons to students at their precise reading level. Teachers are able to also prescribe lessons to students based on their scope and sequence or Georgia state standards. It establishes that baseline reading level we need to have for students. And it's also available in English and Spanish. This is a snapshot of Lexile performance across your middle and high school PEC students. I want to talk a little bit about what this chart means. It's showing expected growth is the gray bar and actual growth is the blue bar. Expected growth for a Lexile reading refers to the anticipated increases in a student's reading ability over time, measured by their Lexile score. Metametrics, the developers of the Lexile frameworks, calculates expected growth by using research on student development. So it's nationally normed. They look at students across the nation. And they look at several factors, like their grade level, their current Lexile score, and general trends in reading progress. Growth expectations vary by grade as students' reading abilities develop at different rates. So what you'll see here is that first area is where the students' expected Lexile growth is, and you'll see that blue bar, which is the actual growth. On average, students across all schools grew an average of 147 Lexile points year to date, compared to the expected growth of 22 Lexile points. I'm going to show a Lexile chart in just a second so that can really hit home for you what that means and the impact of that. But basically, students in a semester of academic schooling have grown over a grade level's growth. This is essential, especially when you're talking about PEC students where you need acceleration. There's not time for remediation. We have to accelerate students, and they have to do multiple grade levels in a single year. Here's a snapshot of the same Lexile growth by grade level. Now, I want you to pay attention to the expected growth for grade levels is lower as the grade levels progresses, and I want to explain why that is. Expected growth may seem low because higher level reading development is slower and more complex. As students advance, growth becomes more incremental, focusing on mastering deeper skills rather than dramatic increases. So if we saw elementary students represented here, you would see extreme levels of expected growth for them because you're being exposed to those foundational literacy skills in first and second grade, sight words in kindergarten. But what I want to celebrate here is these students are doing an amazing job. You'll see across grade levels, they've exceeded that expected growth 4 times, 5 times upwards. And if you pay attention to your high school students, special shout out to the high school students and their Beable implementations, because you see their Lexsonic gains are roughly averaging, and if not better, than what you're seeing in middle schools. So they're going against what the national norm is. We typically see lower growth as students progress, but they are finishing strong. So I'm really interested in seeing where these students finish at the end of the school year. So this chart on the right was created by Metametrics, and it basically tells you the Lexsonic range based on grade levels and also that expected growth. So you'll see the expected growth from grade level goes from 156 Lexsonic points or reading growth level for grade 2 to only 17 Lexsonic points by grade 12 because you're focusing more on mastery at that point. 277 of your students have a high fidelity Lexsonic measure. What this means is they are exposed to what's called a power up challenge each month. It's comprised of 5 to 7 questions. That really adjusts their Lexsonic level month over month. And so we want to get a strong benchmark data point for students. So we expect high fidelity is ranked. You have to have at least 2 of those adjustments. That Power Up Challenge opens on the 15th of the month and runs through the end of the month. So 96% of these students are exceeding expected growth. I will say that 698 students actually completed the initial Lexsonic assessment out of 900 student licenses purchased. But what has not happened for a majority of those students is they have not taken another Power Up Challenge. So we are really working with schools to really help them take a Power Up Challenge. We want to celebrate growth. We want to track growth and have consistent data points. You will see here month over month the increases in Lexsonic growth. We did start in August and we really took off in October. What I love to celebrate is regardless of any downtime, students being out of school, you'll see month over month that they are still growing. We actually met with the PEC team in January and celebrated that growth. And so when we pulled this data last week, I was really surprised, honestly, to see they are still growing, just coming back from a break. So that's to be celebrated. Now I want to transform over to the second language, which is the Riverside language. And we call this the language of positivity. Again, it's the most widely adopted framework for interest measurement. It helps students understand their interests, values, and skills and connects them to a career pathway. So I'm gonna dig a little deeper into what the Riverside is. And I want you to note if there's anything that kind of resonates with you. Like I said, you all are made up of 3 codes, 3 different things. So create your Riverside code. And if time permits at a later date, I'd love to actually complete the Riverside with you. So R stands for realistic. These are our doers. These are people who like to be outdoors. They like to do things hands-on. They like to do things that are physical. They may like to interact with animals. They may be athletic. I see someone saying not me. So these may be like mechanics. They may go into that career field. I is for investigative. These are our thinkers. They like to understand why things happen, find research that may be pulled to the fields of science and reading. I like to say that every toddler has an I in their Riverside code. They're going to ask you why over and over. A is for artistic. These are people who do not like to be put into a box. They like to express themselves and do so freely. So your artistic and visual arts, performing arts, also culinary arts. S is for social helpers. Many people mistake this as social butterflies. It's not that, it's social helpers. So these are people who like to help other people, who like to advocate, like to do volunteer work. They may be educators. They like to teach and train psychologists, sociologists. So you will find that the leading code for most educators is going to be an S. The leading code in this room for most of you will be an S because we're in the field to help. E is for enterprising. These are our persuaders. These are people who like to debate ideas, persuade people, start businesses, and sell things. So these are your business owners, your entrepreneurs. They may also go into law and politics. And C is for conventional. These are our organizers. I say that these are people who love a good spreadsheet. They love Excel, love to look at data in their spare time. They like to find patterns in data, organize collections, and have a clear plan. So I want to show you how your students' Riverside codes look. So here's a heat map of the different variations of 3-letter Riverside codes for the 489 students who completed the Riverside. The leading code for the students is enterprising, with 325 of them selected enterprising. So these means the students are energetic, ambitious, and sociable. So you have a lot of business owners and entrepreneurs in the district. The next leading code is artistic. You have a lot of students who like to not be put into a box. They are drawn to things in the fine arts field. And then realistic, you have a lot of doers. So they're practical, they like to do things hands-on, and they do like athletics and being outdoors and so forth. We also polled students on their career choices based on their students' interests and values. So when students complete that RIASEC, they are then matched to careers that are a best fit, good fit, and great fit based on how they score on that RIASEC. That RIASEC takes about 5 minutes for them to complete. And so if I have 40 students in a class, they will have 40 different career pathways to explore. So it's really personalized to their interests. You'll see the leading is actors here, fashion designers, video gamers, musicians. That aligns very closely with the artistic as one of your leading codes as well, interior designers and chefs. So you had 429 students complete this. And I want you to hear from a student talk about finding their why. And this is how students interacting with the program are able to speak.
So here I am presenting my 3 Beable career interests, and for my first one I have network and computer administrative. One of the main reasons I picked it was because it fit my RIASEC, because I am a person of enterprise, I'm an investigative person, and I am a realistic person. Probably a very appealing thing is the salary range. The median wage in 2021 was $80.6 thousand yearly, but you could technically get more if you're very invaluable to the company.
So there you can see that student confidently talk not only about their Lexile level, they know their reading level, but they also know where it needs to be for the career that he's chosen. He's also can tell you a little bit more about the career he's chosen. When they interact with the career exploration, it doesn't just tell you, here's the career. It tells you technology skills you'll need to have, essential skills you need to have, things that you need to think about as you're thinking about your pathway moving forward. In addition to having all of that data for students, we also ask students to choose topics that they would like to read about. So we connect this to special interest topics. And 383 students completed this section of follow reading topics. You'll see the leading topics are music, animals, and sports. Again, this aligns to that artistic, realistic RIASEC codes. So for your independent readers, you had 392 students completing a lesson out of a little over 1,500 enrolled. And this means that these are the rosters being shared with us. So there are more classes being shared with us than just PEC. You do have 100 students completing lessons after hours on their own without being asked. Those 100 students have generated over 792 lessons completed. So that is to be celebrated. The leading pathway that students have chosen, you have 374 students choose a pathway, is employed. Most of the students want to go straight to the workplace, and this speaks to that entrepreneurship and business piece that they've selected. One thing that we do, not only with the RIASEC, we do have activities that we continually do with the RIASEC to keep students engaged and motivated, but we also have contests as well, and we run them throughout the year. So we had a Winter Up Power Challenge, and we had 3 students who are 3 winners for this challenge. I think I need to go back real quick. I skipped. There we go. I also want to celebrate your top students who have the most reading growth. Now, our rating shows that students can see up to 5 times the growth. We're seeing in Bibb, students are blowing that out of the water. You'll see here some students have had 13 times the expected growth. So they are growing multiple grade levels. And then we also celebrate at the school level. So for that Para Challenge, we have celebrated students across all of the schools who are participating. I'm going to show you a full list of how this looks. Our end goal is to have a profile of a Bibb Beable graduate. We want them to be able to articulate who they are. We want them to be aware of their strengths, interests, and values. We want them to focus on their post-secondary opportunities and know the pathways that are available to them and have that exposure. There are 2 additional slides that I did add that I want to point out quickly. So I reran the data yesterday because I was just curious. We're currently in the middle of a Power Up challenge. So as students complete, they may fall into that high fidelity range if they completed 2 of those. And so we went from 271 students who were high fidelity, now up to 281. So I expect this to continue to grow through the end of the month. The starting Lexile for students was a 130. They're currently reading at a 285 reading level. So that's 155 Lexile growth compared to the 23 expected for the grade level of the students. So 97% of the students are exceeding growth. I then took it back a little bit and looked at students who's completed just at least one adjustment where we can get an additional data point on their Lexile growth. And we found that to be 359 students who have a high fidelity measure as well. And here's a snapshot of some school winners. We like to celebrate growth throughout the year. We don't wait till the end of the year to celebrate student growth and also to celebrate those teachers as well. And are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
I have just one.
Yes.
Is there any way that you can measure content mastery with this Beable program?
So in the platform, teachers have access to data dashboards, and one thing that they have is where they can do item analysis. So you can measure whether or not students are mastering certain standards. And so what we like to do, Nicola Wally, my counterpart, goes in and works with teachers and look at a student's Lexile level, look at what your state score said last year on GMAS. Let's look at where there are some areas of opportunity. Let's push out lessons to students for that, and then you can track how are these students doing based on this certain standard that you've put in front of them.
But the data that we received just momentarily, it did not address content management.
No, it doesn't.
Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I just, are all middle school students at all schools included in this program?
It's all middle and high school, including adolescent services, which is the GNETS population.
Okay, great. And yeah, I think it's a fantastic program. I was out of college and into my second job before I discovered what my strengths were. And I think the earlier that students can figure out what they're good at and, work to those strengths, the better it is for them and for everyone around them.
Yes, Dr. Woodford. So has this been tested at the lower grades?
We haven't used it at lower grades. We've kept it as a secondary intervention program for special ed.
Thank you.
But it would be a
But it
program.
can be, yes. We
but
have
it
a
would be a program
K-1
that we
hands-on
use.
curriculum, so students are not on a computer doing that. But we are in other districts, including in Georgia, where they are using district-wide K-12, and they are seeing that growth from K-12.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your presentation. And I would have to say this is a record-breaking instructional services committee meeting for the record. An hour and 40 minutes. But all this wonderful information. And that is the end of our committee meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to make a motion that we move FSS 11 to the top of the agenda for the Fiscal Support Services Committee. We do have guests related to that, and I think it's a quick item, and just get it out of the way.
Second.
It's in motion and second that we move FSS 11 to the top of the agenda. Is there a discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving FSS 11 to the top of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, so we carry. We will do S, S, F, S, S 11 to the top.
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today, we bring forth an amendment to an intergovernmental agreement for Irving Consumer Products. Before I read this, I would like to acknowledge Executive Director of the Industrial Authority, Stephen Adams, and their legal counsel, Mr. Kevin Brown. They will be able to answer any questions after we present this. Can you scroll down to the recommendation?
Before we
Thank
get
you.
started,
Yes, ma'am.
Kristen Hammond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We know you were excited about it. Get started.
So, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll start where I was left off. This is an amendment to a pilot agreement that is the second amendment to this pilot agreement for the expansion at Irving Consumer Products. It's recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves the second amendment to the IGA related to the distribution of pallets with regard to the Irving Consumer Product Incorporated project.
You all have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Garrett Boyd, seconded by Mr. Morton. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you all. Our next item is number FSS1, financial report, our monthly financial report. Mr. Bush.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon again. Today, we're going to review the financial results of as of January 31st, 2025. First, we'll look at our general fund balance sheet. We're reporting total assets of $109 million, total liabilities of $18.2 million, leaving us with a fund balance at January 31st of $90.8 million. For the statement of revenues for general funds, we have collected $165.6 million of our $266.9 million budgeted revenue. That represents 62% of those budgeted revenues. And we have expended or encumbered $153 million, which is 56% of the $271 million budgeted expenditures. Next, we want to point out on this graph that 68% of our expenditures are directly related to instruction, pupil services, and improvement of instructional services that directly impact the classroom. We have added, for your information, some a guide or an index of the funds for the all funds that was requested last month. For the balance sheet for all funds, we are reporting $731.5 million of total assets. Our total liabilities equal $48.5 million, with a fund balance of $682.9 million. Currently, we're showing cash on hand of $18.1 million, investments on hand of $143.8, with a total liquid assets of $161.8 million. For the statement of revenues and expenditures for all funds, we have collected $245.4 million, which is 64.78% of our total budgeted revenues. And we've expended or encumbered $240.4 million, which is 62.54% of our budgeted expenditures. And lastly is a quick update on our eSPLOS. For the 2016 eSPLOS campaign, we have total receipts and interest income of $170.5 million, total committed expenditures of $170.5 million, leaving us with a cash and investment balance of $148,759. And for the 2021 eSPLOS campaign, we have current month receipts of $4.5 million. That gives us total cumulative receipts of $175 million and total committed expenditures of $125.4 million, which gives us a cash and investment balance of $60.1 million. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Ficklin.
Mr. Bush, I asked a question earlier about those funds that were collected by lunchrooms and what have you, and I see that this sheet that we got with these answers on it perhaps didn't really understand what my question was. My question was, do those funds go to you, and do you report them back to us in your reports, and what category in your report would those funds be founded in? The answer I got, didn't seem to say where the funds went. It said they let some going into the superintendent's contingency and some would do something, but I'm asking, do those funds come back to you, and you are the person that disseminate those funds or tell us where they come from and keep up with them?
So there's a lot of answers to that question, and I tried to provide some detail on that. So ticket sales that you were referring to last time would go back to the superintendent's contingency fund.
Go back to what now?
The superintendent's contingency fund.
So you don't calculate that fund with all the other.
That is the one fund that's not in these numbers.
Okay.
Now, we also fundraise for those events. So there is a collection that we fundraise and sponsor those events. We would collect those into this section called other funds here. That would be included in that number. But there are dozens of funds in that number, including student activity funds, athletic funds, cafeteria funds like you asked about, like if they're selling ice cream, principal accounts. Those are all collected in that other fund category right there.
That's all I was trying to find out.
Gotcha.
All those funds are collected in a category that's reported back to us.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
and then if we want to see the delineation of them, we can ask for that and get.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yep.
Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to know.
Not a problem.
Are there any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Our next item is number FSS2, Audit of Financial Statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2024.
Thank you, and good afternoon again. We are bringing forth an acceptance of the audit results from last month. On February 20th, Hope Pendergrass from Audit and Jenkins reviewed those audit results with the board, and it is per policy, it's required for the board to accept that audit for FY25. At this point in time, it's recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education accepts the audit of the financial statements for the period ending June 30th, 2024. I've also included our annual comprehensive financial report on your desk for you. There's a ton of great information in there for your review.
Thank you so much. You have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Freeman. I'm going to give this one to Mr. Hester. He's been so quite patient. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Number FSS3 is our next item, Truist Bank Banking Services Contract Renewal. Mr. Bush.
Thank you. We are bringing forth a contract renewal for consideration. In summary, the Finance Department is seeking approval to renew the banking services contract with Truist Bank for the fiscal year of 2026. We're exercising a one-year option outlined in RFP 2016. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to renew the banking services contract with Truist Bank for the fiscal year 2026.
You have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Hester,
Second.
second by Dr. Ficklin. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item is number FSS4, Fiscal Year 2025 General Fund Budget Amendment Number 2. Mr. Bush.
Thank you. And before I get started on this, the information that was provided previously has been updated. There was a column on the far right that was miscalculating, so I just wanted to, we will provide you with an update in paper if you so choose. This is a budget amendment for the fiscal year 2025. It is budget amendment number 2. The budget amendment number 2 presents a $10,989,413 increase to the most current budgeted general fund ending balance of $56.8 million. The revised projected ending fund balance after budget amendment number 2 will be $67,791,196. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approves budget amendment number 2 for the fiscal year 2025's general fund budget with the revised projected ending fund balance of $67,791,196.
You have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, seconded by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Appreciate it. The next item is number FSS5, RFP for Howard High School renovation guaranteed maximum price. Mr. Kitchens.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. Capital Programs Department is presenting this memorandum recommending approval for a guaranteed maximum price for renovations at Howard High School. And just to bring you up to date, the RFP was released in August of 2024 for a construction manager. This project was awarded to International City Builders, and at that time we started coordinating with the construction manager for architectural designs, product specifications, and material costs with those and SP Design Group and our department to provide this guaranteed maximum price. And it's recommended the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order for the renovations at Howard High School with a guaranteed maximum price of $8,808,652.32 to International City Builders, and this project is funded through 2021 East Loss.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Dr. Ficklin. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Morton.
Mr. Kitchens, I know have y'all had to make any adjustments in the event that maybe potential tariffs happen that could drive up the cost of construction materials?
If you'll see in one of your line items is a contingency line item, that's a little more robust than we would normally have because we do anticipate that. We're hearing the rumblings coming down that we will see some price increases. And it's mainly in mechanical equipment and steel and aluminum at this time.
Is that also present in the next item as well,
Yes,
related to Howard Middle School?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next number, FSS6, is the RFP for Howard Middle School renovation guaranteed maximum price. Mr. Kitchens.
Thank you. Similar to Howard High School, Capital Programs present a memorandum recommending approval for a guaranteed maximum price for renovations at Howard Middle School. This RFP was put out at the same time. Is recommended the Board of Education authorize superintendent to issue a purchase order for renovations of Howard Middle School with a guaranteed maximum price of $6,765,670 to International City Builders, and this project will be funded by the 2021 East Bloss Fund as well.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Dr. Garrett Boyd. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item, FSS 7, is for Howard High School furniture.
Thank you. Capital Programs Department is presenting the memorandum recommending approval for the purchase of furniture for Howard High School. Typically, these are separated because we could buy them off state contract, and they come out of a separate line item in the East Bloss budget. This will allow us to have the furniture and installation for Media Center, all offices, and the lobby area in both schools. And it's recommended the Board of Education approve the issuance of a purchase order to Advent Business Interiors Incorporated in the amount of $294,424.13. Provide furniture and installation for Howard High School. This project will be paid for with the 2021 East Bloss funds utilizing the above referenced state contract numbers.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? So moved by Mr. Freeman, and seconded by Dr. Ficklin. Are there any questions?
Yes. How old is Howard?
Dr. Ficklin?
How old is Howard High School?
2003, 4. I can get the exact number for you. I don't have it. I can get that for you.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next item is for Howard Middle School furniture, number FSS 8.
Again, Capital Programs Department is presenting this memorandum recommending approval for the purchase of furniture for Howard Middle School. Similar to the one for the high school, is recommended Board of Education approve the issuance of a purchase order to Advent Business Interiors Incorporated, amount of $194,842.81, and provide furniture and installation for Howard Middle School. This project will also be paid for 2021 East Bloss funds utilizing the above referenced state contract numbers.
You've heard the motion. Is there a recommendation? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Ficklin, seconded by Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchens. Number FSS 9 is the core curriculum for PEC adaptive programs. Dr. Donnelly.
Dr. Byrd.
Dr. Byrd, thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Program for Exceptional Children is presently implementing the Encore adaptive curriculum for students enrolled in the alternate curriculum from kindergarten through 12th grade. Furthermore, the launch curriculum is adopted for the core curriculum addressing preschool special needs. These curricula furnish essential instructional resources and support for the respective educational settings. The program was previously funded by federal funds. However, those funds have been decreased and can no longer support the program. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order for the renewal of Encore and Launch adaptive curriculum at a cost of $228,460 to be funded from general funds.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Hester. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final item is number FSS 10, additional weapons detection purchase. Dr. Wilson Beverly.
Good afternoon, President Johnson, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Procurement Department is seeking board approval to issue a purchase order to CTI based off of RFP 24-015. The need for 17 additional machines to be placed around the district buildings to include various athletic locations. The recommendation, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the issuance of purchase order to CTI in the amount of $296,658. The funding source for this purchase will be for a combination of 2025 security grant as well as ESPOS funds. Are there any questions?
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Garrett Boyd, seconded by Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. This concludes the work of the Fiscal Support Services Committee. Madam Chairman, items number FSS 2 through FSS 11 were approved unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, we will have Policies and Rules Committee, chaired by Dr. Sandra Woodford. Dr. Woodford.
Thank you, Madam President. The Policies and Rules Committee has 7 items on the agenda. Five action items and two thank you. We have 4 action items and 2 first readings. And we welcome back Ms. Colbus.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Johnson, Committee Chair Woodford, Superintendent Sims, and board members. I'll start by presenting PR1, which is policy DJEAA, board approval for second reading. The primary changes in this policy are to clarify that the emergency purchasing parameters in policy DJEAA apply only to purchases that were not governed by the Public Works Construction Act.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Sorry.
So moved.
We have a motion by Kristen Hanlon and second by Madam President. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposing, nay. The motion carries unanimously. We move to PR2, policy GBIA.
Thank you. For policy GBIA, teacher evaluation appeals, also for second reading. The primary revisions here are to clarify that policy GBIA applies to any teacher evaluation tool, not just the Teacher Keys Evaluation System, or TEEPS.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Attorney Freeman, I'm sorry. And second by Kristen Hanlon. Questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on this particular one right here, I don't know whether I got an answer from the little sheet that the superintendent handed out, but I did have a question about this regulation policy gives teachers 5 days to respond, but all administrators have 10 days to respond. And I want to know why is it like that? And then if an administrator does not respond in 10 days, is that the end of it? And the teacher, whatever was going on, is not going to be held accountable for whatever is happening. And I just want to know, was there some regulation in place that teachers get less time to respond than administrators?
Good afternoon, board members. That regulation or that timeline is part of the state law. When that was put in state code, it was codified that teachers have 5 days to appeal and administrators have 10 days to respond to the appeal. What would happen, the appeal would come to me, then I would be sure that the principal does their part, so it wouldn't be a situation where they are left at their own devices to respond. We would make sure that that happened.
There's no response, then the teacher off or what?
Well, in my mind, there would be a response because we would not allow the principal not to respond. If the principal did not respond according to the law, then that would be an issue that we would have to deal with the principal.
The teacher would be what?
Haven't gotten that far. Because in my mind, the principal will respond to the appeal.
So you are the administrator, I'm a teacher.
Yes, sir. And as the assistant superintendent of HR, I will ensure that the principal responds to the appeal. That's my job, to ensure that they respond to the appeal.
I just want to know if the administrator don't respond, then where does that leave the teacher?
Yeah. Basically, and I'm speculating here because again, we haven't gotten that. We've had this policy for about 3 years now. So the way the law is worded, if the response is not given, my assumption would be that the evaluation would be invalid based on the way the law is written. Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. The item passes and will be sent to the consent agenda. Next up is PR3 Policy JGF, Student Safety.
Thank you. Policy JGF was revised to reflect that the substance of the policy is eye protection, consistent with the Georgia Department of Education rule.
Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman, a second by Dr. Fickling. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries and will be sent to the consent agenda. Next up is PR4, Policy FGC, Bids and Quotations.
Thank you. Policy FGC addresses purchases under the Public Works Construction Law. The changes were made here to align with what we did with policy DJEAA.
So moved.
We have a motion by Dr. Fickman,
Second.
second by Mr. Freeman. Questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries and will be sent to the consent agenda. The next three items are first readers. Ms. Sherry,
Thank you.
go through those.
The first one, which is PR5, is policy GARHA, Employee Sick Leave Bank, again for first reading. The policy was amended to provide notice that the Board of Education has discretion to make revisions to the sick leave bank at any time. Those are the changes that are made to the policy itself. The regulation was amended to clarify items relating to eligibility for use of the days from the bank, to refine the definitions, and to explain in more detail the process for applying for sick leave bank days.
PR6,
Thank you. PR6 is policy JBCCA, student assignment to schools, also for first reading. The policy was changed to bring it into compliance with requirements related to the admission of students on individualized education plans to a magnet program.
and finally, PR7, Policy AFC, emergency closings.
Thank you. Policy AFC does not have any proposed revisions. There were revisions made to the regulation accompanying it that were primarily just done for minor clarity reasons.
Thank you. Madam President, we have 4 items that will be sent to the consent agenda. The policies introduced for first reading today will be posted on Assembly to receive input from board members and stakeholders for 30 days. The policy will then be brought back to the board at our next meeting for second reading and final board approval and adoption. This concludes the work of the Policies and Rules Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we will hear from Personnel Services Committee. Mr. James Freeman.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe we need to go into executive session. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of land, legal, personnel, student, school safety, and/or cybersecurity matters? I had a motion by Dr. Woodford, second by Mr. Hester. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are in executive session. Board members, I believe we're meeting in the back. If y'all could hurry back there so we can stay on track. Thank you. And please bring PS1, PS 1.1, which is a green sheet, PS 1.2, PS2, and PS3 with you. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are out of executive session. May I have a motion to approve PS1 as presented?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Hester. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That passes and will be sent to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve PS 1.1?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Ficklin,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Hanlon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That passes and will be sent to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve PS 1.2?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Garrett Boyd, second.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And one abstention. I abstain. That will not be sent to the consent agenda, but will be brought up for due pass. May I have a motion to approve PS2?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Hanlon.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Morton. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes and will be sent to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve PS5?
So moved.
So moved by Mr.
Second.
Morton, seconded by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes and will be sent to the consent agenda. Madam President, PS1, PS 1.1, PS2, and PS5 will be sent to the consent agenda. PS 1.2 comes out of committee with a due pass recommendation. That concludes the business of the Personnel Services Committee.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We have completed the Personnel Services Report. And for information, we have FI1, A, B, and C, East Plus 16, East Plus 2021, and Bonds 2020. Also, we have FI2, Investments and Investment Income Report, FI3, Discipline and Attendance Update, FI4, Field Trips, May 8th through 9th, 2025, Skyview Elementary School in 5th grade, Orlando, Florida. The meeting is adjourned.
You start.
The time now is 6:40. And we are getting 6:40. May I have a motion to adjourn the
So
meeting?
moved.
Second.
It's been motion and second that we adjourn the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers? Now, it is 6:40. It is time to start the board meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 20th, and we are starting the agenda.
Thursday.
And I am calling the meeting to order. May I have a motion to approve of the agenda? Been
Ma-
motion?
Madam President,
Yes.
may I make a motion that we amend the agenda? And that amendment would be to place PS 1.2 out of the consent agenda and into new business, and also add PS 5.1 and 5.2 into new business.
Second.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
will you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. My motion is to amend the agenda as printed to remove PS 1.2 from the consent agenda and move it into new business, and also to add to new business PS 5.1 and PS 5.2.
Okay, you heard the recommendation.
A second.
All those in favor of the recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers? get it together. So it has passed that we will remove PS 1.2 and we will add PS 5 to new business.
We would place PS 1.2, PS 5.1, and PS 5.2 under new business,
5.1 and 5.2 to new business.
and 1.2.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. So we will add, we will remove PS 1.2. We will add PS 5.1 and 5.2
And 1.2.
and 1.2
To
to
new
new
business.
business.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, at this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance by Abigail Sparks, third grade student at Alexander II Magnet School, Math and Science class.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we will have invocation by Reverend Keller Busby from the House of Hope in Macon.
Shall we present ourselves before the throne? Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude and humility. We thank you, God, for this opportunity to gather and to serve the students, families, and community of Bibb County. We ask for your guidance and your wisdom as we make decisions that will impact the lives of so many. Lord, we pray for the members of the Board of Education. Grant them clarity of mind, strength of character, and a spirit of collaboration. May they be inspired by your love and compassion as they work together to create a nurturing and effective educational environment. We lift up all teachers, staff, faculty, and administrators who dedicate themselves to the education and well-being of our students. Bless them with patience, creativity, and resilience. May they find joy and fulfillment in their work, knowing that they are making a difference every day in the lives of young people. We also pray for the students of Bibb County. May they be filled with curiosity and enthusiasm and a much love for learning. Protect them and guide them as they grow and develop into individuals you have called them to be. Help them to overcome challenges and to reach their full potential. Lord, we ask for your blessings on the families and the community members who support our schools. May they be encouraged and strengthened in their efforts to contribute to the success of our educational system. And finally, we pray for your presence to be felt in this very meeting. May your peace and also your wisdom guide our decisions and also our discussions. Help us to work together and unity, and love and light, to always seek for the best for, more importantly, our students and this community. It's in your holy name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Busby. At this time, we will have the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to everyone. It's great to have you here. And each month we present highlights happening within our schools and district, and I'd like to take the time to share these at this time. If you refer to the screen, you can keep along with what I'm celebrating. Happy School Board Appreciation Week. Let's give it up for our board members. Board members, thank you for your dedication, hard work, commitment, and passion for BCSD. Our schools and staff have provided cards and other items in appreciation for all your support. March is when we recognize Youth Art Month as well. We had a great turnout for our 12th annual Bibb Student Art Show. There are about 200 pieces on display this month at the 567 Center for Renewal, representing each school's art program. Be sure to check it out. March is also when we celebrate our employees in school social work, maintenance and grounds, and procurement. If you are an employee in one of these departments, please stand up for a moment for your recognition. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for your dedication and support of this district each day. We could not operate successfully without you. It is cherry blossom time, hence my pinkish suit that I have on this evening. It's time for the pinkest party on earth to begin. Congratulations to 2025 Little Mr. Cherry Blossom, Albert Crumley III of Alexander II. Albert was called to his royal duties. Is he here by chance? So he's out doing royal stuff. Okay, at the kickoff. All right, doing royal stuff. That's what I thought. So he's unable to lead. Was unable to lead the pledge tonight, but we are excited to see him representing our community during the festival. You'll also be able to check out our marching bands and student performers in the Cherry Blossom Parade Sunday, March 23rd at 3 p.m. in downtown Macon. Side note, this is Westside High's band marching in last weekend's St. Patrick's Day Parade in Atlanta, upper right-hand corner. Yeah. And Veterans Elementary School will showcase Tears of a Cherry Blossom Tree on Thursday, March 27th at 6 p.m. You can get tickets at our.show/Cherry Blossom Tree. Mr. Adams, if you will, please hit play on this video. What's up, students? Bibb County students, this is your superintendent, Dr. Sims. I have so much in my head that I want to give to you, so I want you to get yourselves prepared for an experience between me and you. We call it Soup Talk. Just an opportunity for me to share some very important information from my heart to yours in hopes that I can get the best out of all of you so you can reach the stars and all of your dreams. So I need you to tune in to your social media networks for Soup Talk. Tell your friends and look forward to what I have to say to you to change your life. I'm really excited to take my connection with our students to the next level. And I've noticed they listen to me. So if they do, and I have something I know that I've been given to say to them, to give them clarity about the school experience, and to motivate them, I want to take full advantage of it. So Soup Talk will be on the social media networks. We'll share them inside the schools. And it just so happens that the content creator for Soup Talk is a Westside High School graduate. His name is Zion Green. And guess what he's doing tonight? Gathering content. There he is. Wave your hand. Zion Green. So that is his creation. That's a Bibb County student's creation, y'all. So look forward to us just getting more into the hearts and the minds of our students through Soup Talk. And thank you, Zion, for first class, high quality work. He is a What's up, students? They don't want to hear it again. He's a communications major at Middle Georgia State University and has plans to go from there to Mercer University. He is well on his way, and you are truly built for Bibb. Congratulations to Executive Director of CTAE and CEO of W.S. Hutchings College and Career Academy, Dr. Cassandra Washington, who was recognized at the House of Representatives on March 13th for unwavering dedication to academic and career readiness in Macon, Bibb County. The Bibb County School Nutrition Department hosted its second annual Taste of Bibb Student Food Show. More than 300 students from all grade levels were able to taste and rate potential new food items. Thank you to everyone involved for making this a successful event. My entire senior cabinet had the opportunity to go as well, and we did the taste test. And all I'm going to tell y'all is on the day that they do the pulled turkey in the schools, I'm going to send y'all a text, and you need to come visit your child. It was off the chain. Just great food and a great experience to get our students' input on their food choices. Bible Academy of the Arts fourth grader Olivia Laney was congratulated by BCSD Transportation Executive Director Anthony Jackson. Y'all already clapping. Go ahead. For her outstanding achievement in the district school bus safety poster contest. She earned first place in division number 2, and her poster will now be submitted to the Georgia Department of Education for entry into the statewide contest. Additionally, there is a chance it could be submitted for the national competition. What an incredible accomplishment. Sonny Carter Elementary School has been invited to present at this year's Model Schools Conference. This prestigious opportunity recognizes innovative practices and impactful work in education, and we are incredibly proud to see Sonny Carter representing the district on such a national stage. Carter's presentation will highlight this year's theme, Energize Your Passion, Fuel Your Momentum. Bibb's robotics team has been putting in the work, competing in regular season events, and earned a spot in the playoffs at the PCH Gainesville FRC competition this month. But that's not all. They were honored with the Rising All-Star Award for their dedication and efforts during the build season. Thanks to our volunteer readers who demonstrated that reading aloud is important for this year's annual Read for the Record event, which was supported by the community partner, our community partner, United Way of Central Georgia. BCSD had one of its best recruitment events in recent history last month, hiring 27 new employees on the spot. Find out about upcoming recruitment events and how you can join the hashtag BuiltForBibb team at www.bcsdk12.net/careers. Each Bibb school participated in the community-wide event On the Table this year. Facilitated by the Community Foundation of Central Georgia, On the Table is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to bring people together to have meaningful conversations about the power of collaboration and how it can make our community stronger, safer, and more dynamic. Students identified issues and solutions for how they can impact positive change in their own school communities. I am so impressed and so proud of the level of engagement from our students. Here you'll see a collage of guests who served as principal for a day this month. Are there any principals for a day in the audience? If you are here, why don't you take a stand? You survived it. They're probably still getting over it because being the principal is some serious work, but all of our principals do it in such an amazing way. Thank you to each community and business partner who signed up to participate. Our goal for Principal for a Day is to show the public at large what is happening in public schools and to collaborate in identifying partnership opportunities that will make K-12 education in Bibb stronger in the future. A fantastic Yamaha piano was donated to the district through the Macon Morning Music Club and placed at Hurd Elementary School this month. Many, many thanks to the Macon Morning Music Club for their continued contributions to our schools. On our most recent asynchronous day this month, school teams participated in a district-wide data day. Our educators worked together within their schools to review student achievement data as part of the planning process for the 2025-2026 school year. Work sessions also focused on preparing students for the Georgia milestone set to begin on April the 21st. Congratulations to Jayla Evans of Howard High School for being named the winner of this year's Bibb County Flex Competition. Her business is called ACOS and stands for A Couple of Stitches. Her company makes sustainable crochet hats and bags for young adults. This is the third year the district and the Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce were selected to participate in the Georgia Flex competition, which educates students on the rewards, sacrifices, and processes incurred in establishing small businesses. Jayla received 5 racks, $5,000 as a startup fund from the Griffith Family Foundation, and advances to the Georgia Flex competition in April for the opportunity to win up to $10,000. Yeah. I'd like to turn your attention to Mr. Tracy Crum at our video booth. Mr. Crum, wave your hand, is our audiovisual and film pathway instructor and runs the live stream for our board meetings. Last month, he was unable to be with us because he was traveling to Atlanta with Bibb students competing in Skills USA state championships. He brought back great news that Bibb's 3 first place winners will be representing Georgia at the National Skills USA competition this summer. Y'all, before Mr. Crum went last year, we had a conversation and he walked in there with a chip on his shoulder because he was irritated how people looked at Bibb students. So he pursued that with some purpose. And for us to represent with 3 first places is because of great leadership behind Mr. Crum. I remember that conversation, and you're a man of your word. You delivered. Students at Alexander II Magnet School celebrated Georgia Arbor Day by planting a tree on campus. Thank you to Keep Making Bibb Beautiful and Making Bibb's Park and Beautification for supporting this celebration. We are proud to share that ICB Construction Group won first place honors in the 2025 Associated General Contractors of Georgia Build Georgia Awards for its work on Springdale Elementary School. This project showcased ICB's commitment to safety, seamless coordination with stakeholders, and strict schedule management to ensure zero downtime for students. We have one more video for you tonight that we created with the help of students at Vineville Academy of the Arts. Let's watch.
What's that? It's a kazoo. I went to the Tubman Museum for my cultural event, and they had this really cool exhibit called the National Kazoo Exhibit. Oh, cool. That sounds fun. It was really cool. Did you know that a former slave man named Alabama Best and a German clockmaker named Thaddeus von Clegg invented the kazoo right here in Macon? It was created in Macon? Are you sure? That's what they say. It was unveiled to everyone at the 1852 Georgia State Fair.
Well, what does it do? It looks kind of interesting.
It makes music. Here, I have one for you. This is how you play. You use, on this big part, you put your mouth on it, but just a little. Wait a minute. You can't just blow air. You have to say words like do or who and sing into it, like this. That's it. You did it. Music class and see if everyone else wants to learn too.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go teach our friends how to play. Join us on March 28th to break the world record.
We are excited to partner with, We are excited to partner with Visit Macon to bring in guest speaker and author Rick Hutto to visit some of our schools next week to learn more about Macon's history with the kazoo. And finally, on the horizon, we are excited to recognize Bibb's 2nd annual Mental Health Awareness Week next week. Students and staff will participate in different activities all week long to help bring awareness to social and emotional wellness, stress and anxiety relief exercises for testing season, and more. This was created by our students. We'll also be preparing for testing season with a district-wide family engagement event. Meet me at the mall on April the 8th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at Atrium Health Amphitheater. Please, please, please come out and enjoy academic resources, summer camp exhibitors, games, food vendors, and student performances. This concludes my superintendent's report, and I'll turn over the rest of this time for recognitions to our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Katika Lovett.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and guests. We are honored to recognize GSBA School Board Appreciation Week and celebrate the dedication of our Board of Education. At this time, I'd like to ask our board members to come forward for a group photo as your name is called. Mrs. Murda C. Johnson, Board President, District 1. Mr. Darrell J. Morton, Board Vice President at Large, Post 7. Mrs. Kristen Hanlon, Board Treasurer, District 3. Dr. Henry C. Ficklin, District 2. Mr. Barney Hester, District 4. Dr. Sandra Woodford, District 5. Mr. James Freeman, District 6. And Dr. Lisa Garrett Boyd at Large, Post 8. Your leadership, vision, and commitment to our students shape the future of our schools and community. We are grateful for the countless hours you invest, the tough decisions you make, and the unwavering support you provide. On behalf of our students, staff, and families, we say thank you for your service and dedication. Audience, please join us in a round of celebration in honor of our Board of Education. You're going to stand up. Okay, sounds great. At this time, I'll invite up our District Athletic Director, Kevin Grooms, to continue with recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Lovett. Good evening. Our athletic directors take a great deal of responsibility, much of which goes unseen. In addition to coaching his or her own sport, each school athletic director is responsible for making sure student athletes in every sport are safe and in compliance with Georgia High School Association rules. I'd like to ask Miller Middle School Athletic Director Jennifer Raymond, who also coaches the softball team at Central High School, to come forward. The Georgia Athletic Directors Association names a statewide Middle School Athletic Director of the Year award. This individual wears many hats as they help guide our young student athletes through the process of homing their sports of their school for the first time and preparing for the rigor of high school sports. This year, Athletic Director Raymond was selected as the statewide Middle School Athletic Director of the Year. At this time, I'd like to invite Northeast High School Athletic Director Tangi Hartnett, who also coaches the Raiders track and field team as well as the cross country team, to come forward. Each year, each region recognizes its Athletic Director of the Year, followed by a state award in each classification. After being named Athletic Director of the Year by Region 2 Single A Division 1, Coach Hartnett went on to be recognized as the statewide Athletic Director of the Year for Class Single A Division 1 by the Georgia Athletic Directors Association. Congratulations. The district prioritized supporting students in all of their endeavors, including interscholastic athletics. This basketball season, all 6 schools of our traditional high school were represented in the GHSA playoffs but we'd like to acknowledge one particular tonight. At this time, we'd like the Southwest Boys basketball team, Coach Marquisio Hartnett, to come forward with representatives of this team. This season, the Patriots went 27-3, including 11-2 in Region 2 Single A Division 1. That was good for the second place in the regular season, but they won a triple overtime thriller against Dublin to take home the region championship title and the number 1 seed in the overall state playoffs. There, they defeated Bacon County, Banks County, Temple, and Toombs County to advance to the Class Single A Division I state championship game at the Macon Coliseum and finish a state runner-up to Best Academy. Congratulations, Patriots, for a stellar season. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to ask Howard High School senior Donna Williams to come forward, along with school administrators and representatives of the Boys and Girls Club of Central Georgia. Each year, the Boys and Girls Club names a Youth of the Year. This honor is bestowed by each local club on a team that exemplifies the type of leadership that the organization is trying to develop in the next generation. Over the course of his senior year, Williams has served in various clubs and organizations, has participated in dual enrollment coursework, and has been accepted to more than 60 colleges and universities. He plays three different sports while maintaining a 4.0 GPA and serves as a STEM mentor through the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Georgia. These efforts and more resulted in his selection as the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Georgia Youth of the Year for 2025. He will represent the clubs at state competition in Atlanta. Congratulations on this honor, Donald, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
Each year, a student is chosen at each high school in Georgia for the Page Student Teacher Achievement Recognition, or STAR. These students scored the highest on the SAT in their school while also meeting other academic standards, and then they selected a teacher that has had a remarkable impact on their success. Bibb County STAR students and STAR teachers were recognized in a ceremony by Page and Greater Macon Chamber of Commerce in February. At this time, we'd like each of these STAR students to come forward and be recognized with their STAR teachers and school representatives. From Central High School, STAR student Muhammad Dar and STAR teacher Jennifer Tillery. Also from Central High School, STAR student Mary Catherine Lewis and STAR teacher Aaron Kelly. From Howard High School, STAR student Stephen White and STAR teacher Dolores Mercer. From Northeast High School, STAR student Haley Terry and STAR teacher Robert Randall. From Rutland High School, STAR student Garrett Roberts and STAR teacher Hema Kurthy. From Southwest High School, STAR student Tristan Tompkins and STAR teacher Coriandre Watkins Ware. From Westside High School, STAR student Kayla Lucas and STAR teacher Terilyn Watts. From VIP Academy, STAR student Tanaya Richards and STAR teacher Ashley O'Tyson. Congratulations to all of you and thank you for being built for Bibb.
Each year, our students participate in the Young Georgia Authors Competition, beginning with competition here against other Bibb County students. From there, the best written works advance to the regional competition. At this time, I'd like to ask the following students to come forward with representatives to be recognized as district winners. Malaya Kitchens, kindergarten, Vineville Academy of the Arts, who wrote The Princess. Malaya also finished in second place at the regional competition. Joseph Solomon, first grade, McKibben Lane Elementary School, who wrote Candy World. Alea Miles, second grade, Hartley Elementary School, who wrote The Magic Pencil. Alea also won the regional competition and will represent the district at the state level. Abigail Sparks, third grade, Alexander II Magnet School, who wrote Ariel the Dolphin. Jelia Cherry, fourth grade, Hartley Elementary School, who wrote The Enchanted Door. Jelia also won the regional competition and will represent the district at the state level. Jadion Mays, fifth grade, Hartley Elementary School, who wrote The Magic Paintbrush. Adriana S. Freeman, sixth grade, Howard Middle School, who wrote Mystery in the Lake House. Charmish Cooper, seventh grade, Ballard Hudson Middle School, who wrote A Birthday to Remember. Adam Smith Tukumsapi, eighth grade, Howard Middle School, who wrote The Journey and Rest of a Soul. Broden Yaliz Moore, ninth grade, Northeast High School, who wrote The World Through Muddy Lenses. Broden also won the regional competition and will represent the district at the state level. Amina Rahman, 10th grade, Central High School, who wrote Crow. Paul Risper, 11th grade, Westside High School, who wrote A Purpose. Andre McCain, 12th grade, Howard High School, who wrote There's Vibrancy in a Broken Voice. Andre finished second in regional competition. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for being built for Bibb. Each year, State Superintendent Richard Woods recognizes schools for their performance on the advanced placement exams. These AP honor schools are chosen for various areas of success based on student enrollment, AP participation, and other key factors. At this time, I'd like to ask Central High School Principal Dr. Shindra Dupree and other school representatives to come forward. Central achieved 2 AP honors. Central was chosen as an AP Access and Support School, which recognizes schools with at least 30% of exams taken by Black and Hispanic students and 30% of all exams scoring 3 or higher. And as an AP Expansion School, which recognizes schools with 25% growth in AP participation. Howard High School Principal Michael Scott and other representatives, please come forward. Howard High achieved 3 AP honors. Howard was chosen as an AP Access and Support School, an AP Expansion School, and an AP STEM School, which recognizes schools that administered at least 5 exams in each of the 4 separate AP STEM courses.
I'd also like to ask Rutland High School Principal Dr. Wendy Pooler and other school representatives to come forward. Rutland High also achieved 3 AP honors. Rutland was chosen as an AP Expansion School, an AP STEM School, and an AP Challenge School, which recognizes schools with enrollments of 900 or fewer students and exams administered in English, math, science, and social studies. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for being built for Bibb.
As the board members take their seats, I just want to say 3 words to everybody. Keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep our foot on the gas. It's always great to take time to recognize our students, our teachers, our schools, and all the great work that's going on. But we are far from finished. So let's keep it coming. Let's give all of everybody another round of applause. And thank you, Board President Johnson. This concludes our recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. At this time, we were here, we have the invitation of visitors to address the board. But before you come, I'd like to read a few guidance statements to you. Okay, we understand that some speakers wish to address the Board of Education this evening. We welcome your participation and interest in the activities of the Bibb County School District. You have been provided a copy of the rules for addressing the Board of Education, and we trust that you will each abide by them and help us to conduct an appropriate and orderly meeting, because there can sometimes be confusion on what is or is not permitted when it comes to public comment on personnel or student matters. I want to give you some further guidance before we begin tonight. The following type of comments are permitted: the speaker's opinion on the success, outcomes, or direction of the district, a school, class, program, etc. Public expressions of appreciation or praise of an individual employee. Identification of the type of characteristics, skills, or qualifications needed to fill a position. Now I want to share with you what is not permitted. The following type of comments will not be allowed: any pleas to rescind or reconsider, or any comment in favor or support of any personnel actions made by the board or the district. Any advocacy in favor or against an employment action related to an employee. This would include comments in favor or against the hiring, renewal, termination, non-renewal, transfer, or disciplinary action of a particular individual. Any specific complaints, criticisms, or concerns about an individual employee, whether by reference to their name or a position. Any comments about any particular student or family members of a student. This includes any reference to situations that could lead to the identification of the student or family members. General audience reminder. I also want to remind the general audience in attendance tonight that the board does not permit abusive language, comments, applause, cheering, jeering, or shouts from the audience. Disruptive persons may be removed from the meeting room. And I want to thank you in advance for your cooperation, and thank you for being here tonight. Additionally, citizens may request to speak regarding any item on the monthly agenda. Groups, organizations are asked to designate a single spokesperson. If several individuals wish to address the same matter, the board president may select representatives of each side of the issue to speak. Speakers shall have a maximum of 3 minutes each and must stop speaking promptly when their time is up. Board members will not respond to comments from the speakers. The board president will refer speakers to the superintendent and district staff as necessary for further resolution. Speakers who fail to adhere to the above rules will have their allotted speaking time stopped. Also, I noticed that several of you have your beautiful signs. We want to ask you, no applause please, we want to ask you to keep your signs at a minimum level so that others may be able to see. So you have them up high, then others may not be able to see. But we want you to keep your signs down at a low level, like the ones that I see now. They're down at a low level so that others will be able to see. Thank you for listening. Now, we are ready to hear from the audience. Tonight, we have 8 citizens who would like to address the board. The first one is Jennifer Bridges, and I want you to know these are taken in the order in which you gave them. Jennifer Bridges. Ms. Bridges?
I'm Jennifer Bridges. I'm a PEC teacher, and this is Tacovia Kendrick. She is a kindergarten teacher at the #1 school in all of Bibb County, Alexander II Math and Science Magnet Elementary School, STEM certified. To the board, you have a copy of all data I will be presenting tonight, and this data has been procured through the Georgia Department of Education. We are ranked 203rd out of all 2,204 schools in the state, which places Alexander II in the top 10%. Alexander II is in the top 20% of overall improved public schools. We are top 20% in reading proficiency, top 10% in math proficiency, and top 5% in science. We are ranked 2nd out of the 7 public elementary magnet schools in Georgia. Alexander II was one of only 2 Bibb County schools to be recognized as a Title I distinguished school. We are also one of only 54 STEM certified schools in the state. Alexander II outperformed both the district and the state for ELA CCRPI scores, more than doubling the district. For math in 2024, Alexander II outperformed the district and the state again, more than doubling the district's performance. In science, we not only doubled the CCRPI score in the district, but we were 6% away from tripling the state score. Furthermore, for ELA math and science CCRPI, our special education population more than doubled the district's and state scores in all areas. I point out that because 2 former PEC teachers are in the room tonight. One left our department and the other one changed schools due to the amount of trauma and stress that last year caused them. Ms. Johns, Ms. Nielsen, I hope these scores can bring some happiness to you. You did not fail our kids. The system failed you, just as it continues to fail Alexander too. Both 2023 and 2024 in ELA and math, Alexander 2 scored higher in the achievement area for both 4th and 5th grade, and 5th grade scored higher in the median growth area for both 2023 and 2024. 4th grade is the only area of achievement or median growth for both years in which students were ranked in the lower portion of median growth. But it's very hard to grow when you are already at the top. Numbers do not lie, just like good people do not lie. They want to do good things and create good schools. We are here and we will get in trouble. Good trouble, necessary trouble. Mr. Ficklin, we are the messengers.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to remind you of the rules. You heard them. There will be no yelling and none of that. I know you're excited. I want you to keep your excitement down. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Next one, we have Sabrina L. Hom.
Thank you very much. My family has been part of the Alex 2 family for almost 10 years, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, to speak in praise of our administrators at Alex 2, Mrs. Woodard and Dr. Bird. We have observed over these 9 years the benefits of strong and stable school leadership. Having one great teacher is good luck, but having great teachers year after year for homeroom, for specials, and for reach, this attests to the hard work of Alex 2 administrators to recruit and retain the best talent. No school is perfect or perfect for every student, but the leaders at Alex 2 have created a safe, inclusive, and nurturing climate for our children. They've gone above and beyond to provide supports for our students with special needs. They have fostered clear communication with parents and created opportunities for our kids. Because of this, I also want to share my concerns about the abrupt loss of these school leaders and the lack of public input on this matter. I fear that Alex 2 could lose valued teachers, staff members, current and prospective students as a result. That's in addition to our valued school leaders. Of course, you already know that it is difficult for our public schools to compete with private and charter schools, and this kind of uncertainty does not help. Our recent progress could be imperiled, and the school could even lose its elite Georgia STEM certification, which is up for renewal next year. I fear that these abrupt changes will do nothing less than sabotage one of this district's great and beloved schools. I know that you can't tell us the details of your personnel decisions, but I want to be frank. The fact that the district superintendent and 2 members of this board disagreed with that decision is enough to tell me that it was not a self-evident or necessary choice. And clearly it was a choice that did not take the input of the vast majority of stakeholders into consideration. I know we can't holler or wave our signs, but maybe we can just wave our hands if we're here from Alex to show those concerns and ask that our voices be heard. So I just want to ask you to respect our wonderful school leaders who have done so much for the community and to hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hom. Next, we have Jessica C. Vance.
Can I start now? Good evening. My name is Jessica Vance. I'm a concerned parent of Alexander II Magnet School. I'm here tonight to express my deep concerns about the board's decision to not renew the contracts of both of our administrators. This decision is troubling. Has there ever been a precedent for removing without transferring both administrators from a top-rated school, especially when neither has any reprimands on their GAPSC license? And the superintendent himself recommended they continue in their roles. Multiple experts have told me this situation is not just unusual, it may be unprecedented. That raises serious questions about the motives behind this. Removing two respected leaders without explanation undermines trust in this board. Is this the kind of decision-making we should expect in the future? As far as I'm aware, both administrators are deeply respected by their staff. Their leadership has created an environment where both students and staff can thrive. To lose them could very well contribute to higher attrition and lower morale. It could also jeopardize Alex 2's STEM recertification next year. Leadership transitions, along with possible staff attrition, could destabilize the whole process and put the school's hard-earned achievement at risk. Both administrators have clean records with no reprimands through the Georgia Professional Standards Commission, something Ms. Woodard's own supervisor cannot claim, as he was reprimanded in 2018. However, he was given an opportunity to grow and improve as a principal and eventually moved up into his current position. If there is a valid reason for the board's decision...
Excuse me a minute. Want to hear from our attorney? We want to remind you not to bring any other personnel into it.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, I ask that it be made transparent. Why are they good enough to finish the school year but not continue even in another role? I am asking this board to reopen this issue for discussion. The parents of Alexander II deserve to be heard, and we continue to push for a fair resolution. If we cannot find a resolution, we will continue to investigate and take this up with those in higher powers. I also ask that the board engage with parents and staff when making decisions of this magnitude in the future. The petition Alexander II admin is essential has already gathered 582 signatures, more than the total number of students at the school. This community both supports our administrators and demands answers. In conclusion, Alexander II families want to work with you to find a solution that benefits everyone, the board, the administration, our school, and most importantly, our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vance. Thank you all for being so kind. Next, we have Carrie Hatcher.
Good evening, members of the school board. I'm Carrie Hatcher, father of 3 Einsteins. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I come here not out of criticism, but of a deep commitment to the success of our children and excellence of our beloved Alexander II. First, I want to recognize and commend the principal and assistant principal of our school. They are outstanding, professional educators whose leadership has profoundly and positively impacted my children. Their dedication and excellence has benefited our students in ways that cannot be overstated. Losing them would be a tremendous loss, not just for our school, but for the entire district. I urge you to reflect on their irreplaceable value they bring. However, I must address the pressing issues that I have come to light. The disruptions and behavioral challenges in the first grade classrooms last year were more than mere inconveniences. They were deeply troubling. The fear and distress these children endured and the subsequent academic setbacks are unacceptable. We should all be disturbed by the firsthand accounts of those young voices who were scared to attend school. Let me be clear, no child involved in this situation is at fault. Behavioral issues at this age are entirely responsible of us adults. Additionally, the alarming number of lawsuits and settlements stemming from the special education program is diverting critical funding that could be used to address and resolve underlying issues, not to defend preventable litigation. We must act decisively to prevent these situations at the root and provide for a zealous defense of unfounded litigation. The lack of support from district personnel for our school leadership and staff has exacerbated these problems. Rather than solving the real issues, removing the principal and assistant principal would only mask them, leaving the core challenges unaddressed. I am also concerned about the influence of personal relationships on settlement decisions. This must not overshadow our mission to prioritize our students' well-being. I fear the consequences of inaction. We risk losing exceptional educators and staff who understandably may seek workplaces where they feel supported. This school is one of the best, not only in the county, but in the state, and its success depends on retaining talent and the dedication of its team. My fellow parents and I are resolute. We will not let these matters be swept aside. Our children's success is our ultimate priority, and we stand ready to partner with the board, the district, and the school to improve this situation. It is not my desire to create adversarial relationships, but I will insist on transparency and accountability, including the continued timely response to our open records requests. As it would not be appropriate for me to disclose some of what I have discovered in an open forum as this, I am willing to present in private to any of you who desire to learn more of what I have uncovered. Let us work together to ensure that Alexander II remains a beacon of excellence for our children, our community, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Next, we have Edward C. Foster. The Foster.
All right, thank you for your time. I'm here as an advocate for L.H. Williams, the possible closing of the school. And I heard a lot of talk about the reasons why it was being considered closed, and it seemed like most of it was financial based. I just want you to consider some deeper things, like what you are doing to a historical community by closing that school, the damage you may cause by closing that school. And something to point out, the growth that's going on in the community. It's a lot of development. You can ride through Pleasant Hill. It's a lot of growth and development going on right now. Houses being built, houses being renovated. The units Dr. Fiscal spoke of earlier about that's being added, that could add families going to L.H. Williams. But more importantly, one thing that stood out to me as they presented the different scenarios or why they may consolidate or why they may close this school, to me was the lack of thought for the children. It felt like it was a really lack of thought for the children about what their situation is going to be like. And furthermore, what situation are you putting them in that's going to make it better than where they are now? I didn't hear anything being said like, okay, we're going to move them to this school because they'll become better readers. They'll be better at math. They have more better parent engagement. It's more programs for them. Why are we doing this? All I heard was finance, finance, finance. And I understand y'all got a lot to think about. But I represent a neighborhood organization. So my thoughts are going to be more about the people, more about community. And I ask you all to think that way. I ask you all to pretend that these are your children being moved. And for what? Nothing about the presentation I heard, and I went to several of those presentations that they did in the community. I went to the one for L.H. Williams, obviously, because I'm an advocate for the school. Then I went to the one in Hartley, and I found out that these people are just like the ones at L.H. Williams, hoping to keep their schools alive because what it means to the community. And that has to mean something to you all. It has to mean something to you all. So I just ask you to think about the community. For me, Edward Charles Foster, I ask you to consider not closing that school. And as a representative of the community, I beg you not to close that school. So thanks for your time. You all have a nice night.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Foster. Next, we have Terrence Hanley. Terrence Hanley. Okay, moving right along. We have Reverend Timothy W. Price Sr. Reverend Price.
Thank you to Dr. Sims, President Johnson, and board members. Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Timothy W. Price Sr. Angel Gates Woodard's pastor. I'm speaking on behalf of Angel, a gifted and talented individual whose influence reflects various aspects of her life. As a person, a parent, a church member, and an educator. She embodies qualities that make her a model of excellence and inspiration to those around her. As a person, Angel is known for her unwavering integrity and her compassion. Her genuine concern for others is evident in her everyday interactions. She treats everyone with respect and dignity, regardless of their background or status. Her ability to listen with empathy and offer support makes her a cherished friend and confidant. As a parent, Angel sets a gold standard for her children just as she does for her students. She is deeply devoted to her children and their development. Mrs. Woodard encourages her children to strive for excellence while ensuring they feel loved and supported. Angel and her husband foster an environment where their children can explore their interests and passions, instilling in them the values and hard work that it takes to make it as young students. As a church member, Angel Gates Woodard is a pillar of faithfulness. She is actively involved in various ministries and is always ready to help support other ministries. Her faith is a guiding force in her life, and she inspires others through her commitment to service, Angel's leadership in church ministries, and her participation in outreach projects reflect her deep concern for those who are in need. As an educator, Angel has impacted so many. In fact, her impact is profound and far-reaching. She possesses a passion for education and dedication to her students. Her ability to connect with parents and students takes her beyond her exceptional ability. She encourages her students to think critically, explore creatively, and believe in their potential. Angel's leadership provides a nurturing environment where staff and students feel valued, motivated to achieve their best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Tarnice Haney. I hope I pronounced it right that time. Tarnice Haney.
Good evening, respected board members and a distinguished guest, Bibb County, Macon Bibb County community, family, and friends. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today. I appreciate the opportunity to address you on matters that are of great importance to all of us for the leadership at Alexander II Magnet School. Under divine leadership, the school has received a state recognition as one of the top 5% of Title I schools in Georgia based on standardized assessments. The focus has always been on encouraging students to strive and do their very best academically. The staff always does their best to create a positive learning environment for each of their scholars. It's clear that individuals care deeply about the school's mission, and the shown efforts have made an impactful difference in many lives. While the challenges of leadership are never easy, we acknowledge the hard work that has been put into shaping the school's culture. Leadership in education often means making tough decisions and facing challenges head on. This has been done so with dedication and resilience, all while maintaining a tone of respect and professionalism. I strongly believe in the words of the great Whitney Houston. I do believe our children are our future. So with that being said, please consider not only the voices of the adults, but the voices of the little ones as well. I thank you so much for your attentiveness and your time this evening. I wish you all unity, love, and light. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Haney. Thank you. And our last one is Ms. Charlia Foster.
Thank you. And if I'm out of order, please stop me. It's my first time here. I'm a parent of a dually exceptional student. He's in reach. He also has a 504 plan. And I agree, good, competent administration is essential. Good leadership is unbiased, fair, consistent, and honest. Parents, students, teachers, and staff deserve these standards to ensure the best people are the decision makers for our children. Unfortunately, this hasn't been my family's experience. Out of concern for my son's psychological safety, I emailed and met with admin about needing to move my child. Due to unacceptable behavior I observed with my own eyes and ears. They refused to move my child, yet they moved another child and told me it was the district move. The district notified me this wasn't true, but they did help me with my move. As a result, the same administration retaliated against me. They falsely reported me to Kelly Services, saying an incident had occurred with a teacher. Never happened. I was declined work. All of my assignments from October through March canceled all across the district. I work at several schools. There's several people in here and principals who've seen my face. Kelly Services told me, bottom line, they just don't want you working there, but you're in good standing with us. So I lost income. I lost sleep. They looked me in my face and said they didn't know what happened. I also feel like they retaliated against my child, attempting to exclude him from activities that he was qualified for. The spelling bee last year, he was a third grader. He advanced to the district. The week before, they called me and said he can't compete because he's a third grader. I went to the handbook. It said third graders can't compete. I had to go to Scripps National. Scripps referred me to the state. The state referred me to the regional. Regional referred me to local. He competed, and he competed again this year. This year, they had a spelling bee. He came in first in the class. They said they're going to redo it because kids were absent. There are also other organizations like Math 24. My son has been top competitor in this school. This year, he's second top. He was rewarded with the Math 24 cards, but he wasn't given the opportunity. He wasn't given the referral to be on the Math 24 team. And it hurt his feelings. He asked me every day, Mama, why? What do I tell him? But he loves it. He loves his school. That's why he loves it. He loves it. Unfortunately, the administrator failed to ensure the resources outlined in his 504 plan. They were provided, and they provided data during meetings that was incompatible with his performance as far as his completion of assignments. The data showed 100% completion. Parent portal shows he hadn't completed his assignment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for your comments and for your kindness. I appreciate that. Well, at this time, I'm going to ask the superintendent, is there a need for an executive session?
Yes, Madam President.
At this time, we will adjourn for
May I make a motion that we
Sure.
go into executive session for the purposes of land, legal, personnel, student, school safety, and/or cybersecurity matters?
Second. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, please say no. All right, we will adjourn for a few minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. The motion and second that we return from executive session. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Same sign. We're out of executive session. Now we will move to consent agenda. We will approve of the minutes, FSS 2 through FSS 11. Also, PR 1 through PR 4, PS 1, PS 1.1, PS 2. I believe that's it. All those who approve, please say aye.
Aye.
What's a P? Yes,
There was PS5 also.
PS5?
Yes,
PS5. All right.
We need a motion.
May I have a motion? So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion and second that we approve of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposers? Same sign. Now, we will move to new business. Get my agenda straight. To new business. Is that a new business?
I can't make the first motion.
May I have a motion that we hear the new business?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Wolf, second by Dr. Ficklen, that we are moving to new business. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposes? But no, so now we are moving to new business. All right. The new business, now will we hear from?
We need a motion to approve 1.2 and 5.1. Those need to be voted on separately.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve of PS 1.2?
So moved.
Second.
The motion by Mr. Martin, second by Dr. Wolford, that we approve of PS 1.2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposes?
Abstain.
Okay. Now we need a motion to approve PS 5.1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Freeman, second by Ms. Ms. Hanlon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposes? No opposes? The motion carries.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you. It's been motion and second that we adjourn this meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposes? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your attendance.